Okay, we are ready to start council this evening. I would welcome everyone who's here in chambers with us. I will now call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. First recommendation for the adoption of the agenda is that the presentation by DFA Infrastructure regarding the water rate study be deferred to Committee of the Whole for consideration in conjunction with the staff report, and that the agenda be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor McComb, is there any discussion? We'll call the vote, all in favor. That is carried. Does any member wish to declare a pecuniary interest? Councillor Winters.
Thank you, Your Worship. On item number 10.2.2, the Kemble Culvert, I'll be declaring pecuniary interest on it as the company I'm employed by has submitted pricing for that project.
Thank you. And if anyone else has one that arises later in the meeting, you may declare at any time. Before we get into minutes and such, I will turn to our HR manager for an introduction to all of council.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I am pleased to welcome Haley Barker, and she is our HR assistant for this summer. She is part of our Canada Summer Grants job. Her first day was May 11th after she spent some time in Hawaii. Haley was born in Hometown, grew up in Brantford, and she has ties to Red Bay Lodge as her grandparents owned it for 33 years, and then they retired in Kemble. She is spending her summer at her cottage in Sauble Beach, so pretty lucky that way. Haley has completed her studies with Wilfrid Laurier in health administration, and she'll be graduating from that in June, and she also has her HR management diploma from Conestoga College. Haley will be a great asset to the HR department. She'll be focusing on recruitment with Georgian Bluffs and ITFD, policy development and revisions for personnel and health and safety. And she'll be also working on updating our Georgian Bluffs University, which is our onboarding program. So I'd like you to welcome Haley to our team.
Welcome.
Welcome, Haley.
Thanks so much. I'm excited to be here and work alongside everyone and contribute to a great township, and looking forward to learning and growing and getting to know everyone. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this evening. So moving on, we have minutes of Council May 6th and Special Council May 11th. The recommendation is that the minutes contained herein be adopted. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Deputy Mayor Pringle, is there any discussion? See none, I will call the vote. All in favor. That is carried. And I will turn to members for announcements. And Mr. Colbert.
I have two, actually. I would like to congratulate our CAO, Ryan Thompson, for recently being inducted into the Owen Sound Sports Hall of Fame. And this was one of the write-ups, just in case you're unfamiliar with his baseball history. He enjoyed an impressive fastball career spanning 30 years, won 3 provincial titles, 3 national titles, and 5 national medals, playing with Owen Sound teams and representing local teams in the ISC World Tournament on 7 occasions. He's been named an All-World Infielder, OASA All-Star, and an All-Canadian Infielder, and won the Jack Pack Memorial MVP Award in 2022. In total, he's won 6 provincial titles, 5 national championships, and 5 ISC World Championships. So congratulations to CAO Thompson.
Yep, you carry on.
Yep, thank you. Last week was National Nursing Week, and I would like to take a moment this evening to recognize and thank the nurses who care for people throughout Georgian Bluffs and beyond. Nurses are at the heart of our healthcare system. They provide care, comfort, advocacy, and expertise in hospitals, clinics, long-term care homes, schools, community health organizations, and emergency settings. Their work goes far beyond medical treatment. Nurses support patients and families through some of life's most challenging moments with compassion, professionalism, and dedication. Their resilience, skill, and commitment continue to strengthen our healthcare system and improve the well-being of our communities. On behalf of Council and the Township of Georgian Bluffs, I want to extend our gratitude to all nurses for the important work they do and for the care they provide each and every day. Please join me in recognizing and thanking all nurses for their outstanding service to our communities.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Pringle.
Very good, thank you, Mayor Carlton. I'll just follow that up with Paramedics Week. We would also like to take a moment this evening to recognize and thank the paramedics who serve our community through Grey County Paramedic Services. Paramedics are there for people during some of the most difficult, stressful, and uncertain moments in their lives, whether responding to emergencies, providing urgent medical care, or supporting vulnerable residents. They play an essential role in keeping our community safe and supported. Their work requires not only medical expertise and quick decision-making, but also compassion, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to the public service. Paramedics work long hours, respond in challenging conditions, and often provide reassurance and care when people need it most. Much of their work happens quietly and without recognition, but its impact on individuals, families, and communities is significant. On behalf of the Council and the Township of Georgian Bluffs, I want to extend our sincere appreciation to all the paramedics and for their dedication, services, and continued commitment to the health and well-being of our region.
Thank you. And Councillor Day.
Continuing on the theme of gratitude for people who make our lives better, this week is National Public Works Week, where we recognize and celebrate the work of our operation and facilities staff, as well as the service providers who manage our water plants and pick up our waste. This year's theme is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, which nicely mirrors our vision for Georgian Bluffs of deeply rooted, growing sustainably growing. It is a fitting reminder that the work of our public works professionals is this foundation of a strong, safe, and connected community. Some of the work we see clearly every day, such as a pothole being filled, a road being graded, or the ice put in at the arena. But a lot of work also happens quietly behind the scenes, from maintaining water systems to caring for township buildings and arenas, to responding during storms and emergencies. These teams help our municipality running every single day. Our public works and operations staff work year-round in all conditions, often outside of regular hours, to keep roads safe and buildings open, services running safely and efficiently. Their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to public service does not go unnoticed. On behalf of the Council and the Township of Georgian Bluffs, I want to sincerely thank all of our public works professionals for the important work they do every day to support our residents and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for those announcements. Thank you, Councillor Coburn, for remembering the one of our CAO. I know I had sent him private congratulations, but it's nice to publicly acknowledge that as well. We have no public hearings tonight, public participation for presentations. Any person who wishes to make a presentation to council must register with the clerk at least 10 days in advance of the scheduled meeting. To register, you can complete the online delegation form, www.georgianbluffs.ca/delegations, or call the clerk's office at 519-376-2729, extension 601. We have already moved the DFA infrastructure water rate study findings to later in committee of the whole. But we also have with us Kevin Schmidt with a request to consider cannabis retail opt-out. So welcome, Kevin, if you would like to come up to the podium here, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Schmidt. I'm the president of Corner Grass Corp. I operate 4 other cannabis retail stores in the province. I was born, raised, and live in Bruce County. My first retail store opened in December 2019. It was the 26th store in the province to open, so I've been around since the start of legalization in the province. And I'm here today to respectfully ask council to reconsider its decision in 2018 to opt out of retail cannabis stores. And I think the question for council is really not whether cannabis exists in the municipality, it's just how people access it. Is it accessed through a regulated system, or is it accessed through an illegal system? Because opting out does not eliminate cannabis use in the municipality. It simply removes the legal option. So when cannabis was legalized, the goal was not to promote use. It was for safety, specifically protect youth, ensure product safety, displace the illegal market, and shift away from criminalization and more to a public health issue. And that system only works when there's a legal option. So without local access, the legal market can fill the gap. So today, residents of the municipality are already accessing cannabis. It's just how are they doing it? They're either driving to neighboring municipalities, they're ordering it through the Ontario Cannabis Store and getting it delivered. They could be growing it themselves, or they're continuing to get it through the illegal market. So the current situation is not preventing cannabis use in the municipality. It's simply ensuring that access happens outside of local oversight. And that's an important distinction. And the illegal market is not just unregulated, it carries with it measurable risks. The National Research Council study conducted with the Ontario Provincial Police examined cannabis products and found inconsistent and inaccurate THC levels, and also found pesticide contaminants sometimes hundreds of times recommended higher than Health Canada. I'm not sure if you've ever seen illegal edible products. They're often meant to mimic real products, candies that are attractive to youth, and often lack child-resistant packaging that we find in the legal system. So there's no accountability, no quality assurance, and no consistent standards. And that's the alternative to the legal system. So in contrast, Ontario's legal system is designed to do the exact opposite. Ontario's cannabis retail framework is multi-layered. So each retail operator is licensed. To get licensed as an operator, you'll go through financial and background checks. A retailer is not of good character and doesn't pass those financial checks will not receive an operator license. Or if the AGCO has any concerns, they might receive restrictions on their license. Each individual store is then separately licensed. And approval of each store is not automatic. It will go through a public consultation process that will give the residents and the municipality opportunities to comment. And then within the store, staff must complete mandatory training, such as CanCell. They must also have criminal background checks. Store managers also receive additional licensing requirements to determine their suitability to be a manager in the store. And then operationally, we have age gating requirements, and we'll get secrets dropped by the AGCO to make sure that we're not selling to minors, and we're checking ID of anybody that's 25 or under. We have security and surveillance systems. We have restrictions on product display and promotions. And then we have ongoing inspections from the AGCO. This is not an open or unregulated system. This is a highly controlled, accountable framework. So since legalization in 2018, Ontario's cannabis retail market has grown significantly. There's currently over 1,600 stores in 348 municipalities. The industry has contributed billions to Ontario's GDP and supported tens of thousands of jobs. And in my own operations, we employ 36 people and have a payroll of approximately $1 million a year. These are local jobs with trained staff operating in a fully regulated system. So municipalities that allow retail benefit from economic activity. So by remaining opted out, the municipality is not preventing cannabis use. It's just effectively ceding the market to sources that are unregulated or outside your control. Allowing authorized retail does the opposite. It brings oversight, accountability, safer tested products, and controlled age-gated access. And it allows the municipality to be part of the system rather than outside of it. So in closing, I'm not asking council to take a risk. I'm asking you to reconsider a decision made in 2018 before the system was fully understood based on what we know now, more than 7 years after legalization. Legal cannabis retail is no longer theoretical. It's proven regulated model operating successfully across Ontario. So anyways, thank you for your time and consideration, and yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will turn to council. Does anyone have any questions? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Just a quick question, Kevin, on your report there. Do you have a location in mind of where you want to be in Georgian Bluffs, or
Probably on the west side of Old Sound.
you're talking Sunset Strip area?
Yeah.
Just for clarification, as to where you were looking, if you were looking at downtown Chalet or something, or I just wondered where you were thinking.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be operators that would look at something like Shallow Lake, but my stores are kind of mid-sized communities.
Thank you.
Councillor Day, then Councillor McComb.
That part of our municipality is fairly close to a high school and within walking distance at lunch. So can you highlight protection for youth?
Yeah, so no store can be located within 150 meters of a school. So nobody could put a store within 150 meters of that school. And then, yeah, we age gate at the door. So anybody that's 25 or younger will not, like it's unlike the beer store or the liquor store where you can go in and take your family. Nobody that looks 25 or less can get into the store without getting age gated.
This is not a comment on your stores, just an observation that high school students definitely walk more than 150 meters at lunchtime. But,
Sure.
and the age gating at the door would be a really key aspect of ensuring you're reaching the right market for the product.
Yeah, actually, the schools actually limit the Owen Sound part of the town because they're within 150 meters on that part of town, like all the commercial retailers.
Thank you. I did some looking around to understand this because I didn't have any background with it. And then I found out that all of the neighboring municipalities opted in. So it seems that way, right? So it seems like literally everyone that touches us. And as you know, our shape, right? We kind of go from north to south and we're not very wide. I guess where I struggle here is if a person has a car and they live anywhere in Georgian Bluffs, they're probably no more than 10 minutes away from a pot store if they want to buy some cannabis. So I don't see the advantage to putting something in Georgian Bluffs, especially if your intention is to put it in the west side of Owen Sound where there's so many, like, I don't go to those stores, but they're all over the place. So it seems like there's lots of opportunity. I'm not sure. I follow you that we're not going to change people's habits, and I get that. Nor do I want to. Honestly, I'm completely in support if that's what you want to do. But I don't see the advantage of putting one right here in Georgian Bluffs.
To turn it around on you though, do you have a concern about the retail stores? A safety concern or a health concern?
No, I'm not a safety concern nor a health concern. No.
Then why not allow it in the municipality?
Because I believe that where they've been permitted, they sort of bespeckle the landscape with those types of stores, and it's going to sound awful to say, but I'll say it anyways. There's a certain crowd that goes to those stores, and it's not well liked usually by neighbors. So just as a counselor, I'm going to hear from those people, and I'm going to be asked, can't you create a bylaw to stop these stores from opening? And it's just going to act, as another layer of legislation that we need to worry about that we don't presently.
I might have had that stereotype too, I must admit, but I think you would be surprised at our clientele, the doctors, the lawyers, the seniors. It is not that crowd. It is a multi-generational, multi-career type customer base.
I'm going to suggest that this is not the time to get into debating this, that we would need to look at next steps. Councillor Coburn, is that what you were going to say?
That's where I was going.
And
Thank you.
I think,
Can I?
yes, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder if, it's unfortunate you're coming a little late to the party because the new term of council will begin later this year. I wonder if this is a decision for next term. I was here when we opted out, and the reason we opted out was because we didn't know. And once you opted in, you couldn't then opt out. So we took the path of caution and prudence. I don't have a problem with it at all as a business model, not at all. It's no different than saying, well, we have liquor stores with it, that's a legal substance, and yet we don't say, oh wait, but there's a high school nearby. So that's my opinion on it. I just think that your timing is a little unfortunate, but maybe come back again. Or maybe we want to ask for a staff report.
I think that would be, if we were going to consider that, would be, and I'm looking at Courtney online or Michael, what a next step would possibly be. And I don't disagree that with the next council would be a better place when we're 6 months away from that happening. Michael?
To Mayor Carlton, I think a good next step would be to refer it back to staff. That would give us a chance to look at current trends in the county, look at current business models and the, it seems ever so changing legislation regarding uses and things like that, and just bring some options back to council for consideration.
Okay. And do we need to give a direction, or it will just get left with staff is going to do that?
I make a note if we're quick, says to go.
Is going to answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I think if we're talking about timing of the report coming forward and we're interested in it not getting lost in shuffle and transition between, I think it's the most beneficial to have it documented so that if it doesn't come before this council, it's on a list, it's documented direction, and then it will come forward the next term.
So I will move then that staff provide council with a report on the issue. And as Michael said, showing us trends and recommendations. Do we want to specify a timeline or not?
I think what I've heard is we're leaning toward this being a decision of the next term of council. So asking that it maybe come back in January of 2027.
Can I ask what staff's perspective is on timing?
Again, to Mayor Carlton. It really wouldn't take very long to pull a report of this nature together. Staff could come back to this term, but I know as we get closer and closer to election day, there's a certain cutoff that we probably don't want to go past that. So now I think we could probably bring something back in July or August, if that works.
I guess the reason I was looking forward to January, if we're thinking it's something for the next term of council to decide, is there a point to it coming back in front of all of us before? Councillor Colbert.
I would just say that it's a business owner looking for a business opportunity, and typically we say, well, let's bring some business to our municipality, or at least to consider the option of doing so.
I've got Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Dick.
Yeah, next one, Ronnie. I'm thinking we should probably try and bring it back ourselves this term if we can.
Okay.
I'm sure he'd like to have something in place here for next January to even look at. So it is an opportunity. Things have changed in 7 years. We're the ones that put it in. We may as well look at it. So.
Okay. Councillor Dick.
I support it coming back in this term of council as long as staff are able to meet that within their workloads. And I think that would match our updated official plan where we have potential policy around cannabis cultivation. So there are multiple areas where this topic is of note within the municipality.
Okay. So I have a mover. Who's the seconder? Councillor McCall. Is there any further discussion then? See none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That has carried. Okay, thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
You were my first council presentation ever.
Very good. You apparently did very well. Okay, moving on, delegations on agenda items. Any person who wishes to appear before council regarding an item on the agenda must register with the clerk's office. To register, you can complete the online delegation form at www.georgianbluffs.ca/delegations or call the clerk's office at 519-376-2729, extension 601, or register in council chambers with the clerk prior to the meeting start time at 5 p.m. And we have none of delegations on agenda items. Moving on to public inquiries is all the same information that I've already said twice, so I won't say it a third time. But we do have Robin Smith here to talk about property taxes. So please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Robin Smith, and that fella is a tough act to follow. So I've basically been born and raised in this township. I had property here for generations. Taxes were always something that's been paid and tried to be paid on time, but I have fallen behind a little bit. They've climbed considerably. I come in a number of times to make payments to the office, and I'm told that I have to pay the total balance. Each time I get disheartened and discouraged about that, because when I come in with 3,000, it's 4,000. And when I come in with 5,000, it's 6,000. Today I came in with 6,000 this morning with a $9,000 tax bill, and I was given a balance of 10,000. It's really spiraling out of control, and I'm not allowed to pay, which makes it really discouraging. I've been trying, to make payments, but I'm refused. And I find that very fascinating, because any other municipality, they'll accept payments, Curious, what do I have to do to pay my taxes here that I'm doing wrong,
Okay, if you're looking for an answer, our treasurer is here, so
Yeah.
I think as council, we would turn to Samantha to,
And her hands have been tied because I have to pay a total balance. Every time I come, the balance increases exponentially. Money in my pocket, but you won't accept the money. So I've been struggling, finding an answer. I would love to pay you people. You're beautiful people. I have a beautiful township. I love it here. I was christened in the water here. But, struggling a little bit, and just want to pay. Gainfully employed.
Samantha, is there anything that you can advise council on at this point, or?
Yes, thank you, and through you, I am going to purposely be a bit discreet, recognizing privacy rules. Mr. Smith's property is one that is registered and being advertised for tax sale at this time. In December of 2024, a tax arrear certificate was registered on title. At the time that those are registered, the property owners provided a 1-year period where they can enter into an extension agreement or pay the cancellation price. That 1 year ended December 17th of 2025, but now we can only accept the cancellation price. I cannot accept partial payments.
And is this legislation that comes from?
This is both your Assessment Act and your Municipal Act. Section 378 of the Municipal Act deals with tax sales.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and I can't hardly see our treasurer. So there's absolutely no, there's no way of allowing for partial payments then under the regulation. There's nothing that can be done. What have we done? Has there been something we've done in the past that we could apply to this situation?
Through you, under legislation, I can only accept the cancellation price to stop the tax sale.
Any other municipality, they accept payments. I've made payments. I have properties in other municipalities, and I've been in here several occasions to try to rectify this. And exponentially, it creeps up. I came in here today with 6 and a bill for 9. And I was written on the bill, I have it here written, it's 10. Just by the time I opened the bill, it went up $100. So it's really difficult to, I work day to day, and I have other interests in other properties and other things that I have to take care of. 5 children, they eat, they like to. So I've been doing my best, and wanting to pay, I've been here several times, with thousands of dollars in my pocket. It just seems a little ridiculous, I'm trying to pay, since.
If I do not have an easy solution, but I wanted to make sure that I said I have helped a family member in a similar circumstance and understand how how the system can be difficult to navigate and how it's a very stressful situation, and I wanted to acknowledge that. This is a very humbling experience, I'm sure, and I admire you for coming and speaking.
Looking for a little grace. I want to pay. I will have the money. So I just sold a property. I'm waiting for the money, but we want 9 days. That's why I got the grace to come in here today. You want the money in 9 days. I can't necessarily promise it. I got, most of it,
Councillor McComb.
Sam, is there any escalation path that you can give Robin to? Is there anybody else that he can call? Because it's beyond municipalities. I get that. Whoever set that law, and is there some sort of a ombudsman or something that he can speak to?
Through you, none that I am aware of.
I came here looking for a decision of some sort from you people.
And I think because of legislation that's in place, we as council don't have any way to override that because it's provincial legislation. We can definitely feel empathy for you and.
Can you meet me on the bill some way? I mean, these extra hundred, when I talked, there wasn't, I thought I was getting in before this registration, but then I opened the bill today and well, there's another $2,000, I sold properties, bought properties. It doesn't cost that kind of money to register. So, there's got to be a little grace somewhere.
I don't even know what to say on this one because our treasurer will know the rules. And if it's provincial legislation, we don't have any way to override that. So as much as we would like to help, I'm not sure there is anything that council can do. And
It was given as an option, so I'm here.
I'm looking to the treasurer. Is there something council can do?
Through you, you can unfortunately not overrule provincial legislation. Can't stop anyone from speaking. It was provided to him as an option to speak to council, but you cannot overrule the municipal act, unfortunately.
That's what I expected. Councillor McComb.
As a financer, so we know Robin knows where he's at right now, like how much he has, and we know what the delta is, how much the government wants. What would it take for him to outpace that? So in other words, if he was to put that away and save for the next 3 months, is he going to get there? If it has to be done in a lump sum, that's the only option to catch up, correct?
So through you, this property is currently advertised and is closing, the tender closes next Thursday. That potentially someone next Thursday could submit a bid for the property, and I can't provide comments on how long it would take for it to be registered in a successful bidder's name. But it could be as quick as a day, it could be as long as 14 days. That the property is his.
It seems like it's a business to take property, not a business to help people.
I do wish to provide context to council. We do send warning letters in May of each year that provide a June deadline to pay the taxes by. This process was still followed. The files, after no payment or contact was made, were sent to Real Tax. Real Tax does send farm debt notices. They do send first
And I
notices
did
to
contact the
register and
office.
mail.
I did receive notice and I did contact you and came in with $4,000 and you said no. Came in with $5,000 and you said no. And I'm getting nowhere. So.
And I think based on what our treasurer is telling us by provincial legislation, it's now out of our hands, that there's a procedure has to be followed, and that has been followed.
And when I come in to pay though, that I have the money, but it jumps up because of tax, because of $2,000 extra of fees. I had the amount, I'd like to lock in an amount and pay you, so that when I show up, it doesn't change and that I have the correct funds. it's not even easy to e-transfer $10,000 today. So.
Councillor Day?
Oh, I'm not sure. May I clarify, Teresa,
Yes,
to
go ahead.
Sam? Is there a fixed dollar amount at this moment in time that is not going to change before Thursday and then 1 to 14 days from then?
That would be somewhat.
Mr. Smith was provided with the cancellation price for the tender.
He wrote on the
It
piece
had
of
been
paper
on
today.
the advertisement for tender.
I came in with this bill this morning for $9,000. And the clerk changed it to $10,818. When I asked for some forgiveness, that's what I got.
But I very much appreciate how humble and hard this must be, and I figured, given your honesty, I would share that the way my family got through this, and I know this is, we were lucky to be able to do so, was to band together some finances from multiple family members and pay the bill in total for different family members. So it was a tough and timely situation, and we had to sort it out within a week. So I do understand that the challenge you're in, and I think as individuals, we would all really like to provide you with relief. And as municipal councillors, there's not much.
Provide you with payment, that's why I'm here. Just want to pay it, and wanting to do that all along, and it just keeps getting escalated, pushed forward until now. I'm here. So I will leave it at this number. Okay.
I would trust our financial staff with this.
Everybody can have a nice holiday this year. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Consent agenda. Does any member wish to pull items from the consent agenda? Councillor Day?
8.2.2.
And, okay, good. That was the one I had. Anyone else? So the recommendation is that the Township of Jordan Bluffs adopt the consent agenda for information as circulated, less items 8.2.2, and that all actions contained herein be approved. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb? Deputy Mayor Pringle? Is there any discussion? All in favor? That is carried, and I will turn to you.
Well,
8.2.2.
8.2.2 for context is documentation from Grey County responding to Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure, the Ontario Act and related environmental and regulatory registry postings, and there's a whole series of numbers that you can look up if you would like them. And this is a Grey County response to these provincial changes, and I just wanted to give our mayor and deputy mayor a chance to speak to these, because if you're not prepared for that tonight, that's okay. I've just pulled a few things that I thought were notable that we should be aware of as a municipality as these changes may or may not be implemented. There were some things of note in here.
I had one item within it that I was going to highlight and ask, but and I'm not so sure I could speak to the county's report, but go ahead with the items that you pulled.
Whichever order you wish, I have a series of things that I thought related to us as a municipality. Including the county asking for some degree of community-specific differentiation. So this was about standardizing official plans across the province. And the county is asking for some degree of community-specific differentiation and autonomy because Hanover, the examples here are Hanover and Mississauga. Those are not the same types of communities. So having some kind of acknowledgement of the size of communities to make decisions about how they operate would be useful. It appears hazard land designation has been omitted, and then hazard lands are considered wetlands and areas that might flood, places close to cliffs. So there's confusion around the elimination of that word and if it's been replaced with another one, and that would affect a lot of our planning. There's concern about parkland dedication and how parkland could become controlled more by the private sector than the municipal sector, and how that might affect the standards for parks. There's information about communal drinking water and wastewater, and I just had questions about whether or not that would relate to our water rates topic for today. There's possibility, they're considering removing the site plan control as a tool, which Grey County recommends against. There's a minimum lot size, which may not take into consideration the amount of snow we deal with here in Grey County and in Georgian Bluffs. Lands within and adjacent to natural heritage features and areas could become a location that would work for parkland requirements, and there's concerns around the interpretation of what a natural feature is and possible conflict between human use and habitat use. Piping plovers on beaches was an example there. Additional cost and liability were concerns, and accessibility was a concern. The archaeological assessment would become a contingent study instead of a core study, according to the plan as it stands right now. And I must have missed it when I was flipping through, but I think climate change would also be removed as a requirement within official plans. So those are all things of note within Georgian Bluffs, in my opinion.
So all of those items are in this new bill that's been brought out by the provincial government. So what you're reading is the county's comments and concerns that are being expressed to the provincial government. They do apply to us, but at this point, I'm not sure us making comments on those things would be beneficial, and we may have missed the deadline on that.
That was not my intention this
Okay.
evening. My intention this evening, because I also agree that the deadline for these things is quite tight, but my intention was just that these things are happening, and I think we should be aware of them as a municipal council, staff, and the community who are choosing to watch this evening.
Right. So this was the purpose of the county doing that full report, was to respond to all of those items within the new bill. And the reason it was shared with all the lower tiers was for exactly the reasons that you've brought out, is so that everybody is aware of all of this happening. Because some of this may go through without anybody being in favor of it. And the general public normally never knows about it. The one comment that, or question that I had about it, is about the new official plan. And where a plan has recently been updated, it wouldn't normally be due for an update for 5 years, but where is that fitting into this new bill and how they're trying to do that? I'm not sure, Michael, if you have any answer for us off the top of your head.
Certainly, and to your comment, Mayor Carlton, that's one of the reasons why we are trying to push our official plan through as quickly as we can. Once this legislation passes, if it passes as written, it will have profound impacts on how official plans work, how they look, how they're written, what can and can't be in an official plan. So if our official plan, I'm going to say, when our official plan is approved by the county sometime in the next few months, we'll have a new official plan that, for the most part, is essentially complete prior to this legislation coming into place. Therefore, it's good until our next iteration of our official plan in 5 years from now. At that point, we will have to comply with the legislation of the day. It may be something like this, or it may have changed by then. So I think once our official plan is approved, then we're good for a little while.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Just to put a bit of context in it for council today there, I know when we got the report from the county, they were on a real short timeline to get this done. And I know the planning team spent a ton of hours putting this together. And it not so much just a Grey County look at this lens, it was through the 9 municipalities. So one size won't fit all when it's all said and done, if the changes happen, and if they do, there'll be a lot of things change anyway. But we still as a municipality, still have our option to do it. We need to do what's right for us, and hopefully get support from the county. But I know through the team there, it was, when we got this report, it was quite lengthy. And we went through all this stuff, and there's a lot of stuff there that pertains to the county, and they tried to pull in all the municipalities together on it. Is it perfect? Probably not, but none of them are, so.
One important piece I left out was my gratitude to the Great County staff and for pulling this together and county council for approving this going forward to the province. I think that's an important step, and I'm grateful that we responded at the county level to the proposed provincial changes.
Just as a comment, normally when any of these bills come out, the county does respond. And very thoroughly and on behalf of the lower tiers, so that each of us aren't putting the staff time and energy into responding to every one of these. The county really is doing that on behalf of us. And I believe that they do consult with everybody at the lower tier while they're doing. Go ahead.
Yes, to Mayor Carlton, we do almost on a monthly basis have area planner meetings with all the lower tier planning professionals, as well as the county's planners, do meet on a number of issues that come forward. Bill 98 is a huge one, and even some bills coming prior to that. We've had a lot of discussion on the changing role of legislation and planning in the area.
I have no
Okay,
further
no other
action.
comments?
I
I'm
just
just
wanted to make sure we
And thank you
spoke
for
about
that.
this.
So we do need a motion though to accept that report. Okay. Councillor Day, Councillor Coburn, any other comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Next item, we have no information reports. Reports for council consideration. The first one is the zoning bylaw amendment for application Z06-26. Recommendation. It has been demonstrated that zoning bylaw amendment application Z06-26 initiated by the Township of Georgian Bluffs, which proposes to rezone the subject lands legally described as concession 2, South Center Diagonal North, Part Lot 30, ARN 42-03-620-003-0100-00000. Municipally addressed as 340068 Stone School Road from rural to open space 1, with a site-specific provision intended to recognize and reflect the property's long-term historical use through prohibiting all forms of development other than low-intensity uses, together with accessory uses or structures necessary to support such activities. Staff is of the opinion that the zoning amendment before council is consistent with the 2024 provincial planning statement, conforms to the policies of the County of Grey official plan and the Township of Georgian Bluffs official plan, and maintains the general intent and purpose of Township of Georgian Bluffs zoning bylaw 2020-020. Accordingly, it is recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application Z06-26 be approved. It is further recommended that the corresponding amending bylaw be forwarded to council for consideration and adoption. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Winters. I will defer to our Director of Development and Infrastructure on this one.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. As was noted, the purpose of this report is regarding application Z0626, which is a report requesting to rezone the Keppel landfill from rural to open space 1. The kind of very briefly background on this is there's a provincial study that's been undertaken on landfills, and through that exercise, the GEI Consultants is one of the ones working on that exercise, and they recognize that the landfill wasn't zoned properly. It was zoned as rural, and it should actually be recognized as open space, and that precipitated this action with the zoning amendment. At the last council meeting, we had the public meeting for it, and one of the things that was brought up was the recreational use of the landfill site. And Councilor Day correctly, and I'm glad she did, brought that up. So coming out of that meeting, staff have prepared a site-specific bylaw that not only recognizes the former landfill site as an open space use, but also goes a bit further to recommend that the recreational use of the landfill site also be included. Our open space zone on its own does not recognize a recreational use, which is a little bit odd, but it doesn't. So that's why we had to put that site-specific rider on that zoning so that it could, for all intents and purposes, be used legally for low-intensity uses, walking trails, biking trails, and then any of the accessory uses that might need to go with that. Sheds for storing materials, roofed areas so you can get out of the weather, that sort of thing. So with that, staff have brought forward this recommendation report, and proposed bylaw would come to the next council meeting for adoption.
Councillor Day.
I think the speed community and the bike community will be very happy to be included in there, and that's, I think they've been over 1,000 members at different points in time, so that's a lot of folks that recreate in our community that are being supported through this change, so thanks for including that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And next item, Councillor Winters has declared a conflict on Campbell Culvert Replacement Award of Contract. So the recommendation is that council receive staff report DEV 2026-036 Campbell Culvert Replacement Award of Contract, and that a contract with the firm of R.F. King Holding in the amount of $727,453.50 excluding HST be awarded, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a contract for services. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Deputy Mayor Pringle. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. Oh, sorry, you have a question?
No, yeah, just a quick comment, more of a comment than a question. It's just nice to see this finally going to happen before the road collapses up there. So I was surprised to see the tender come in as low as it did, which is good. And nice to see it get done.
Thank you. I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Next item is the award of contract for 2026 Surface Treatment Preservation Program. The recommendation is that council receive report DEV 2026-046, award of contract for 2026 Surface Treatment Preservation Program for information, and that council award request for tender 2025-03 Surface Treatment Preservation Program to Miller Paving Limited in the amount of $446,350, excluding HST, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute a contract for services. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Winters, and Michael, did you wish to speak on this one?
Okay, I thank you, and to Carlton, I'll do my best. During the 2026 budget deliberations, council allocated $1.5 million to the hardtop surface preservation program through our budget, and that's in a sense of trying to extend the life of our roads as long as we can. So part of that work would be to look at our hard surface preservation on selected roads throughout the township. There's a number of roads that have been slated for single surface treatment, and they are sections of Big Bay Side Road, Concession 7, Concession 11, West Street, and Presqu'île Road. And so a tender was put out through this year's tendering process. The tender was issued on April 13th, and the closing date of May 7th, just a few weeks ago. And we had 6 companies registered to obtain the bid packages, and 3 bids were received at the time. The bids came in from Miller Paving, Duncor Enterprises, and Walker Construction. And based on all 3 of those submissions were compliant with our policies and procedures, and all the bids were deemed compliant. And the lowest price of $446,000 change was submitted by Miller Paving. And they provided a low tender, including the contingency. There's also a non-refundable portion of the HST that is included. So the total project costs actually come out to $454,205.76, which is certainly lower than the overall project cost, and it still leaves a good amount of money available for the hot mix asphalt preservation, which is the other component of the road servicing project. So with that, staff are recommending that we proceed with Miller Paving towards the contract.
Thank you. Does council have any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Kringle.
Thanks, Mark Earl. Just one thought that came to mind there. On West Street is where we had the sinkhole this past spring. Does that change anything at all with West Street getting done there, or is there reconsideration as to how much we do? And I just know we're going to retop this road, and we just had a sinkhole there last spring.
And to you, Mayor Carlton, our manager of operations has looked at this as well. And I think when we get to working with Miller Paving on the exact work to do on West Street, that's when we'll look at that portion where the sinkhole is. That's probably a portion we don't want to spend money on a surface treatment right now. I think we'll have to go a little bit deeper with that one and consider what restoration works need to be done on that.
Quick comment, I'm not sure how these reports get written, but the pillars, you know how we apply these to different lenses? The pillars you've chosen: enhancing environment and infrastructure building for today and tomorrow. Objective number 4. I think it would have been maybe objective number 1. Objective number 4 is ensure that all we do, we are planning and addressing the impacts of climate change through. And unless I'm misunderstanding, or unless we're expecting that people are driving around the potholes right now and incurring more kilometers. Otherwise, I would have gone for page 16 of objective number 1, which has to do with preserving our infrastructure.
Right.
Otherwise, I wasn't around when this decision was made, but I did look into it. It looks like it was well contrived to take care of the roads that are a little off of top quality before they degrade, rather than spreading the money across a bunch of mediocre roads, if that's fair to say. And I gotta say, had I been there, I would have agreed with that approach. So looks great.
Just one question that I have on this one, Michael. So it leaves approximately just over $1 million for the hot mix asphalt portion of the program. So is there another report coming back telling us what roads are going to be part of that program, or it's just going to carry on?
And Mayor Carlton, actually, it's a good question. I can give you a very, very recent, as of yesterday, update. We were working through the tender for the hot mix asphalt, and it was put forward on our bid and tender page. Through when we do our tenders, we have a portion of the tender is a time for people to ask questions. They look at the tender and they have questions. So we had a number of questions came back about the process for the hot mix asphalt application. And Jerry, our operations manager, and I looked at that, and in answering those questions, we realized that there were some additional changes that need to be done with that operation just to make it work a little bit better, to make it flow better. So we ended up canceling that tender, and then earlier today I received updated information from Jerry. So we'll reissue that tender with new information coming out. I'll work with Samantha's team to find out what that timing looks like, but certainly We did receive quite a bit of interest in that tender from several local companies that, you know, when we say if they are yet until we reissue and then move forward with that. But that is to come, and we will have a report when that tender closes.
There's no further questions. I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Next item is refreshment vehicle fee schedule amendments. The recommendation is that the amended refreshment vehicle license fees be approved and that staff be directed to present a bylaw to repeal bylaw 2021-033 refreshment vehicle fees and amend Schedule A of bylaw 41-2002 refreshment vehicle bylaw to establish a consolidated and flexible structure for licensing and administrative fees. And could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Coburn, Councillor McComb. And I will turn this over to Sarah for our Legislative Services Coordinator.
The report proposes updates to the refreshment vehicle licensing fees to ensure they are more flexible and accessible, particularly for vendors who would like to participate in community events. The goal is to reduce barriers, encourage broader participation, and support local economic activity, all while maintaining compliance. There is no significant financial impact associated with these changes. A key update is the introduction of a single event fee. This allows operators to attend a one-time event without having to pay the full annual fee that typically applies to those operating from a permanent location. We are also introducing a boundary event fee. This option is intended for vendors who operate occasionally at events within the township but do not maintain a permanent location. It provides a more appropriate and cost-effective licensing path for those types of operators. Overall, these changes are designed to better reflect how vendors are actually operating today and to make it easier for them to participate in local events.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions or comments from council?
I'm just really interested. I'm curious. So $75, $150 for the township boundary events. I agree. That's a great idea. So it would be a better deal for me to buy the $150 fee one if I'm going to appear in the township 4 times this summer, even just to set up somewhere 4 times. So non-motorized vehicles, $300. Is that a single time thing? Is that the entire time? Is that on private property or is that on our property?
So that's just the annual license for non-motorized vehicles, so they can stay at a location for the entire season.
Okay. So unrelated to the single event, and so in other words, they don't overlap. I don't need to have a $75
No.
or $300. Okay, and then lastly, seasonal lease for use of township property. So this is actually somebody comes to you and asks for permission to set up on a right of way or something that's owned by the township?
Yeah, like an example would be the Shallow Lake Arena.
Okay.
That's one of the properties that we post that you can operate at. So they would pay $500 plus any additional fees, whether it's the $300 or the $500.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's a $500 lease fee plus the registration fee separate. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Awesome.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mark. These fees are kind of comparable to what goes on in other municipalities, I imagine. That's where we pulled the numbers from.
We don't really have anything similar to other municipalities because some of them do seasonal, some of them do annual. Where our municipality is seeing more events come up, so it was kind of just a way of adapting to our specific municipality rather than mimicking what others are doing.
Councillor Coburn.
But further to that, I think it's important that we do be in line with surrounding municipalities. We sometimes mimicking is a good thing because they've done the homework, they know what works, they know what's a reasonable amount. So I guess just further to Deputy Mayor Pringle's question, are we in line cost-wise with other neighboring municipalities?
I believe.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Carlton, for you. I should also clarify that this is a fee structure that already existed but got repealed for some reason in 2018. But then we started seeing special events become more prevalent, so we're actually just asking for it to be put back. And the fee at that time was $50, so we're recommending $75 just to kind of account for changes. A lot of municipalities only do the annual and seasonal fees, so we don't have a direct comparison for those special event fees and for the boundary fees. We're kind of inventing it, if that makes sense. But we'll keep an eye on that and monitor if other municipalities are adjusting their programs in the same way and introducing those same fees. But for some reason, this structure did exist, and then we repealed it, and now we're just asking to fill in that gap because we do have a number of operators asking just for a one-time to operate at a township event, for example. And then we do have some that are like, well, I don't want to pay the $500 fee, if I'm only going to be in the township, twice, because I'm not going to make that $500 back in those 2 days. So we're just trying to add in that flexibility that once existed, increasing the fee slightly from what it was in 2018. And as I said, we'll be monitoring and adjusting accordingly. It's just that we don't have a baseline for other municipalities because they don't have those fees in their programs for some reason.
Yeah, thanks, Carly, for those comments there. And I'm sure if we're out of line in any way, we'll hear about it. So you guys are going to monitor it anyway. And yeah, we don't want to discourage anybody from coming, that's for sure. So it's good.
Okay, thank you for all the comments, and I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And next item is Center Road reclassification. The recommendation is staff is recommending that council authorize staff to enact a bylaw to open a section of Center Road north of Colpoys Range Road as a public highway and direct operations staff to maintain that portion of Center Road to a functional classification 4B standard. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Coburn, Deputy Mayor Pringle. Any discussion on this one? I'm not sure who's speaking to this one. Michael?
Thank you, Mayor Carlton. Just by way of a background, we staff were approached by a landowner on the west side of Central Road. He lives north of Colpoys Range Road, and at one point in that road's history, that road was somewhat maintained by the municipality. As the road exists right now, it's classed as a private road under our roads network, and therefore it is not regularly maintained. The landowner approached the township with some history on roadways and noted that we should explore whether or not this road should legally be opened up because we have historically maintained it. There is some policy direction under the Municipal Act regarding that, and Municipal Act does note that if a roadway has been historically maintained, that the township has some liability to continue to maintain that road and open it as a public highway. So through that analysis, we've determined that the best approach for this portion of Central Road is to at least take it up past the landowners. He has a very narrow opening to his parcel onto Central Road. It's kind of a bit of a flag lot. So we're suggesting that we maintain at least to the north end of his property where it fronts Central Road, and that portion of the roadway be opened up to a FC4B standard, which is basically functionally described as a gravel roadway that is seasonally maintained. So the intent of this report is to recommend that to council, and we're recommending that a bylaw be passed to formally open up that road, and then to extend funds probably in the neighborhood of $10,000 to $15,000 just to bring that road up to a standard where we can seasonally maintain it.
Thanks for that. Councillor McClung.
how many residents are there on that road that will use that, do the open road?
There is, let's go back to the map I was looking at. There are on the, if you think of the road, you have Copey's Range coming in, the Center Road, and Copey's Range continues on to the west, or sorry, the east. So there's 3 private residences that front that section of Center Road. The 2 on southwest and southeast also front on Copey's Range Road. There's only the one property that's privately owned that directly fronts onto Center Road. The properties north of that would be the further extension of Center Road past that private property. It leads to public lands owned by, I guess, His Majesty the King now and Great Salvo Conservation Authority.
But you're suggesting that we open it really just up to this person's laneway essentially, or just past that?
That's what we would maintain it up to that portion, and beyond then, it's essentially it turns into a trail.
We're doing this because there is a municipal guideline that says that roads that were once maintained, could arguably be maintained by us again. It makes me wonder, like, what the moratorium is on once we're maintained, because lots of things were maintained, say, 100 years ago, but they haven't been maintained since 1938 or something. Is there a year that's generally accepted when you're looking at these?
I don't know that information myself. I certainly asked our Chief Administrative Officer about that. I do know there is some legislation that requires us to look into that section 44 of the Municipal Act. It pertains to that. And I can certainly get additional information that's required.
I was honestly, it was more for interest, but I think also as a benchmark, because if we do this, then are we exposing ourselves to lots of people with properties and various things that were once maintained, wanting them maintained again? So just to recap, $10,000 to $15,000 to open up a road for at least one residence, but likely one residence, and then we'll maintain that, like we will clear that in the winter or grade it each spring or not?
To Mayor Carlton, to Councilor McComb, given that it is seasonally maintained, it'll likely be closed through the winter. We won't maintain it during the winter months. It's just
smooth it out once every couple of years
in springtime when we can get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Colfer? Thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff. Further to Councilor McComb's comments, I imagine there's some legal precedent for this. At the risk of someone throwing something at me, I'm going to say, what about private road? I mean, we have other roads where folks have come forward and said there are historical documents showing that we have in the past serviced a road like private road. We've told them no, we've told them no, we've told them no 100 times. Would our answer to those folks change now, knowing what we know now and with what's been settled in some of the case law?
And through you, Mayor Carlton, to Councilor Coburn, that question has come up at the staff level, and at the risk of having things thrown at me, it is very much at the front of our minds as legislation seems to be, and case law seems to be pointing to the fact that this is something we now have to consider.
So, just to take it a step further, I'm looking at our values, community service and respect and integrity. So I don't feel comfortable pretending that this isn't happening with when other folks have been asking and asking and asking. At what point do we reach out to them and or are we just leaving it up to them to contact us for another look at it again? Where do we go with this? It doesn't feel right to me when we've turned down folks from other areas so often, and then this one comes before us and we're being asked to approve that. So I'm just wondering what your perspective is on, just generally speaking, do we reach back out to people who have approached us in the past to say, hey, things are different? Or do we just not say anything and hope that they come forward again?
Mayor Carlton to Councillor Coburn. I think being in the position I'm in, as your Director of Development and Infrastructure now, knowing now what I know about the legislation that requires us to, we've historically maintained something, there's a good chance we should be continuing to maintain it, opening as a public road. Regardless of whether or not we get, sued to do that or some legal direction saying we have to do that, I think it behooves us to take a look at our private roads and see what needs to be done. And now that we know this, there's certainly legislation telling us that that's something that we should be doing. I believe that's something that we need to explore further.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Marco. Yeah, great question, and they will come. It's gonna happen, but with the new legislation that's happened, been passed in those court cases already, it's been mandated, it's gonna happen. So the difference between, I took the drive up yesterday to that road yesterday, and it was a road, it's not gonna tell, it was a road at one time, right? It's easy enough to tell, and we're only going in 800 meters on it. When you get back to private road, on that road up there, you're talking about one guy living in there, private road's got 50 people living on that road, right? So it's a different scenario, and you got half those people that want it and half that don't. Well, in that scenario in private road too, right? Some want, some don't want. So it's a scary scenario to see what happens there, but for the guy that's up there, it'll be a one each case. It's gonna cost us a couple loads of gravel, the grader go down it once a year.
And I think we're going to have to look at each and every situation individually and not base them on this one particular. Councillor Day?
Sort of apropos to your most recent comment, through you to our to Mr. Brenner. Sorry, changing titles sometimes. For this road that we're changing possibly tonight, there's clear ownership of this section of road. The road allowance it's George of Luff's road, and that is clear title to that ownership. If I remember correctly, there are other parts of the municipality where it's not as clear, and there's a bit of a patchwork perhaps in a place like Big Bay. So I do think community service, respect, and integrity are important, and we should consider all of the previous requests as they come forward, and also remember that not every circumstance is identical to the one that we're looking at right now.
Yes. There's no further comments or questions here. I would call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And next recommendation is that council be recessed and hereby moves into committee of the whole at 6:18 p.m. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Coburn, Deputy Mayor Pringle, all in favor. That is carried.
All right.
You're starting to pick up.
Committee figure.
Yep.
All right, so the recommendation reads, in the committee of the whole, the council recessed to hereby move into committee of the whole. I need a mover.
We did that.
Oh, I'm down here? Okay.
You did
Oh, yeah, we did that.
We did that.
All right, 12.1, reports for committee consideration. 12.1.1, DEV 2026 041 bylaw enforcement policy update. Recommendation reads that council receive report DEV 2026-041 bylaw enforcement policy update for information, and that staff be directed to present a bylaw for the enactment of an updated bylaw enforcement policy and repel bylaw 2018-055 is substantially concluded in the report. And mover and second on the floor. Councilor Winters, Councilor Holm, and Michael, you're on again, Director of Development and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and Council. This, the township has an existing bylaw enforcement policy that's ADM 02/2018, so it was brought into power in 2018. Through discussions with our municipal law enforcement officer and other staff, we thought it was time to update that policy to bring it in line, in step with more current legislation and policies and procedures that municipal law enforcement officer and municipal law enforcement departments use in the province and Grey County. So this updated policy introduces a more structured and transparent, efficient approach to managing the complaints that we receive and also the enforcement that we have to undertake. The updated policy improves consistency and accountability, and it provides a accountability for service delivery, and ensures that our resources are more focused, where we have more of a priority rating for enforcement calls that come in. And as well, we also have to keep in mind that we have requirements under the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act that we also need to recognize. That wasn't in the 2018 policy, that's in this updated policy. So with all that, we've also had to update our definitions to reflect the new policies, and our definitions now include frivolous and vexatious complaints and policies to deal with those as well. We also have Brian, our municipal law enforcement officer, here to answer any questions that may come up that I know I won't be able to answer.
Thanks, Michael, for that. I'll turn it over to Council. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. Sounds like it's a policy that needed to be updated. And I know this is not an easy job for by law enforcement officers, so anything we can do to make the policy clearer and in line with things like FOI policies, that's important for us to do. I do have some concerns. First of all, I believe, and I didn't double check my facts here, but it does refer to only the ability of residents to submit complaints only online. That concerns me if I've read that accurately, and apologies if I have not, but we have many folks who don't use a computer, don't have a computer, don't have access to internet, to Wi-Fi, and so I don't want to limit their access to this service, and I don't want to, I want to make sure they still have a voice. So that's my first of 2 or 3 questions, so I'll just leave that. Is there another, am I missing something about submitting complaints, or did I read that it's only by contact GB?
Deputy Mayor to Councillor Coburn. If the policy was written that way, certainly was not the intent. We do get people coming to our front counter. We do get phone calls as well. I think that the contact GB provides a good avenue to track the calls coming in. I do know that, and I don't want to speak for Brian, but he does also input matters into that. Staff internally do that quite a bit. So I think that would be perhaps rather than only a way of accessing our services would be maybe the preferred way, but certainly we're not going to stop people from coming to the front counter or calling or even stopping us on patrol.
So I just think the policy needs to be clear about how it can be accessed. That's my first comment. I do have some reservations about the frivolous and vexatious category of complaints. I worry that this puts too much onus on whoever is fulfilling that role to ensure that, that their assessment of the situation is as objective as possible. I tried to do a quick search for other municipalities in Grey County that use the term frivolous and vexatious in their bylaw policy, and I could not find any. So I'm just wondering, is this unique for Georgia Bluffs? And if so, what is it that makes us unique that we would, my concern is, and I'm rambling, apologies. My concern is that folks might be labeling their complaints as frivolous and vexatious when perhaps they're not. So again, it's very subjective. It's hard to tell if someone's being vexatious. It's hard to tell, I mean, what's frivolous to one person may not be frivolous to someone else. So I'm having a hard time supporting that part of it unless you can perhaps point me in the direction of other municipalities that include that language in their bylaw enforcement policy.
Michael? Ryan?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councilor Colbert. Larger cities, GTA cities, London's, Brampton's, they have that in their bylaws. The one component in this here is, it states here, such a pattern occurs when on 3 or more occasions a complaint comes forward on a matter of municipal law enforcement already dealt with. I keep history of a lot of areas in the township, and I have the history already in our GB contact that I can refer back to if we're dealing with the same complaints. I can name off 8 locations in the Georgian Bluffs right now that I have locations that will come under this category where I deal with on a yearly, seasonal basis that will come forward all the time, reiterating complaints that I've already dealt with in the past that's come forward again and again.
I appreciate that explanation of that. I wasn't thinking of it as the same complaint coming back and back again. What if, though, you live beside a newly established short-term accommodation, a house that has, 20 guests in it, and you complain about noise, and by the time it's looked into, the noise is resolved, so the case is resolved, and the next weekend they put in a complaint about noise again, and they do it for a third time, is that considered the same problem, and would that then be considered frivolous?
So the example you're using for a short-term rental would be dealt with, where I have an example of a location that was dealt with 2 years ago and for 3 continuous complaints about noise, and that person was charged and convicted in our provincial court system for that situation. So that is not that would not come under that category.
Gotcha.
Councilor?
If I might, I'd add, I also had the same example around short-term residential accommodations and sound complaints, because it is very possible that it would be different people making the noise in that short-term rental accommodation. So I just worry that people, when they're reading this bylaw, they may classify themselves as a frivolous and vexatious complainant if they call in about STRA noise more than once. So if there was a way for the public-facing version of this, or just to make sure that people understand it, I don't know if there's a way of clarifying the wording around that. Dealt with is a term that could be interpreted in many ways. So I did find the wording in there a little bit unclear, especially if someone is making their first bylaw complaint, which is a very hard process for some people to do. They don't want to stick their necks out, or they just want to try and resolve things at a more community level. So I very much appreciate the efforts and goal of not using bylaw as a tool to perpetuate an argument with a neighbor. And I also wonder if we could work on the wording in there to make it more clear for the general public. And my other thought about that is sorry, I just wanted to go to that one section again. I think it was at the ultimate decision, the final decision is at the discretion of the bylaw officer after conversation with the CAO. And I wonder if that's a lot of pressure for one person to make a final decision on something that is a pretty big decision, and if it should be a final decision by the CAO and the bylaw officer, just to make sure there's more than one perspective in that ultimate final significant possibly legally disputed decision.
Becomes, or over.
Further to that, when I did my search, other bylaw policies state that that decision is made by the CAO in consultation with the bylaw enforcement officer or the designate of the CAO. So I did pull that as a concern as well. I would feel more comfortable if the words frivolous and vexatious were taken out. I think it scares people. I think if we were able to provide wording that is more specific to the kind of behavior we want to prevent, that's objective and not subjective, such as the one that Brian has given us where there's been a call 3 times for the same matter that's already been dealt with. That's the kind of thing we want to prevent. I worry about the interpretation of the words frivolous and vexatious.
Thanks for that, Brian.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Colburn. That wording is set in precedent, basically, in case law for that when it comes to bylaws. If it goes to court, in the court of justice, those wording will come forward, and every municipality I know that uses the terminologies and nothing else that mirrors those wordings. I've never come across anything like that. It's worth investigating, but right now, there's no other mirroring of other words.
Thanks, Ms. Collins. Okay. I'll go to Councilor McCall first.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to say that I think it puts a lot of pressure on you, Brian, to apply objectivity to this, which I believe you can do. I don't question that for a second, but I believe that other people may not think that you can, i.e. the people who are being frivolous or vexatious. So I don't have a problem with those words. In fact, they make sense to me, and I understand what you're saying if they're used elsewhere. But I do think that the point I think that the 2 councillors are making, I think there's something to be said for that. Is there any way to define it a little more carefully, what frivolous is, for example, or even give examples or give exclusions? So, for example, if it's a property matter, noise complaint matter, and it doesn't count in the frivolous and vexatious, then it should maybe say in here that this excludes property matters in which, noise complaints are made or something. I hate to see you make a lot more out of it, but I can honestly understand where, and again, this is designed for you more than anybody, so that there's very little wiggle room. And when you show somebody this piece of paper, it's like, here it is, man, it's in stone.
If I can,
Deputy
Mayor, through Councillor Colburn, when it comes to that terminology and that, I've used that terminology in the past, 4 years that I've been here, and I've always communicated that with my direct report that I report to. And last year, for example, I did it with the deputy CAO at that time. I always go to her first to run these things by her, so I can get a second opinion. And it's no different today as well, too. I do the same thing with either Michael or even our CAO as well, too. Run the things by those 2 before making these decisions, because it's a reflection on the township, reflection on my position, but it's also a reflection on how we present ourselves to the residents of Georgian Bluffs.
Right, and you're not threatening, that's the wrong word, but you're not sharing this with that person at the time in the heated moment. This is afterwards and after some, I see. That seems pretty fair in that point. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Carlton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just following up on what Councillor McComb was saying there about using an example. Within that definition for frivolous and vexatious, it does indicate a pattern of when on three or more occasions a complaint comes in and how that would be dealt with. Perhaps it would be advantageous to add wording to the effect that an item such as an ongoing noise complaint from the same residents over and over would not be dealt with as a continuing complaint, but as individual complaints, because it would be different people at different times, and my wording's way screwy on that. But if you catch what I'm saying there, is to ensure that people understand that a resident may have the same complaint every weekend, but it's different people, so it's not the same complaint coming in. Whereas another resident's phoning about their next door neighbor and making a complaint about the gravel in their driveway type thing, and constantly complaining about it when it's been dealt with, would be what's being kind of referenced as frivolous and vexatious. Just a way of wording it to give the general public an idea of what would be considered as an ongoing complaint that's valid against a frivolous and vexatious, if that makes sense.
Yes. Councillor Day?
Yeah.
My apologies. Before we-
A possible solution, perhaps to reference the short-term residential STRA policy would be appropriate in there to say just that this bylaw works in conjunction with the STRA bylaw or a policy framework and doesn't override the system that is in place for monitoring STRAs.
Yeah.
We're good over here, okay?
Well,
sorry.
I'm still
Okay.
curious, and I would move to make a change to see that the determination of a complaint being frivolous and vexatious shall be at the discretion of the CAO in conjunction with the municipal law officer. I would like to see, it's not, I think this is about the policy, it's not about the person implementing the policy, and we need to separate those things from each other. I would feel more comfortable with the CAO being a bigger part of making that final decision.
Okay, very good. So you're putting a motion on the floor?
I'll put that
Do
motion.
you have a second for that motion? Councillor Coburn, we're going to discuss that motion then on the floor?
Just as, in the org chart though, does municipal bylaw enforcement officer report directly to the CAO or should be to who the bylaw officer is reporting to, just to keep our structure straight?
Just as the administrator here.
Yeah, so if we want to be clear on that, let's follow our org chart, unless we really want it to be the CAO.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, to you, Deputy, or sorry, Mayor Carl.
Yeah, I can be the deputy mayor there now.
I also confer sometimes with our clerk, with Carly as well too, being in the legislative services and her understanding of the municipal act and everything else, what my grounds are and everything else, where I don't want to overstep the boundaries, that she'll protect me on the municipal act sort of thing. So I do converse with her sometimes as well.
All right, we'll go to Carly first.
Deputy Mayor, through you, I was just gonna suggest that there's been a little bit more feedback than that suggested amendment. So I'm wondering if we could just keep the motion open-ended so that I can work offline with the bylaw enforcement officer to capture all of the feedback that's coming forward, and that it just be something general that staff be directed to amend the policy to incorporate the feedback of council. So then we can capture all of the changes that you'd like to see in one.
I'm happy to amend my motion if that is the right step forward here.
Okay. Councilor Leonard?
And thank you. Great conversation. I agree with all the comments that have been made here tonight. But I still want to go back to under 4C, all complaints must be received via the township work order system, contact GB, available through the website. So it's in the policy that says thou must do that. And I think I'd like to see that change to, it is encouraged that complaints be received through online, but it doesn't make it as being mandatory.
Very good.
If I may, I think that the only point was that they want all, like, this to be the book of truth for the complaints, not how they get there. But you're right, it is ambiguous, so people can phone it in, people can walk in, you don't need to key it in, they can talk to Brian, he'll key it in, or they can go to the website, but it must get into that work order system because that's how we track whether it gets done or not, and how many complaints of each type we have and so on. I think that's the point they're trying to make, but
No,
it's definitely ambiguous.
Totally agree, but it says all complaints must be received via the township.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I'm with you.
that's pretty, yeah.
No, One,
I'm with you.
Yeah, so
Most
I do think, that remember, it's the public reading this document.
That's right.
If they see that we can only complain via the online route, then that's gonna be a whole other set of issues that we have to deal with.
For sure.
So I think we're clear on that, but I wanna go back to the word frivolous. I personally am not convinced that we need to have frivolous and vexatious in there. We already have a policy that states it's at the discretion of the bylaw enforcement officer. That's already there. I like the idea that it's being triaged, so that priority items are dealt with sooner. But I'm trying to think of an example where a complaint would be considered frivolous. I mean, we have our property standards bylaw, we have our nuisance bylaw. Anything that falls under those categories is considered a valid complaint. Anything that doesn't isn't, maybe not frivolous, it's just not, it doesn't fall under any of our complaints policies. So I'm not convinced that the wording of frivolous and vexatious should be in there. I think it's confusing. I'm confused, and I hear lots of complaints on a weekly basis. Maybe you can help me understand what would an example of a frivolous? Frivolous to me means silly, like your dog looked at me the wrong way. Well, you can't complain about that anyway because it's not covered in any of our complaints bylaws. So what would be an example of a frivolous complaint?
One would be, perfect example was, last summer, I believe it was, there was a sign on the road allowance that somebody put up on his own property that a person found inappropriate in regards to what it was saying on his property. And the person called in to complain about it. I went and visited the sign. I didn't see anything inappropriate. I didn't see anything wrong with the sign. It was just sort of not a cute sign, but it was sort of like his humor. It was a dry humor. I got another complaint two weeks later for the same sign. I got another complaint another week later for the same sign. So I eventually went to the homeowner and said, can we maybe reposition that sign to a different spot on your property? Because I was just getting constant complaints for something that really, not wasting my time, but it was really frivolous in regards to, are we really talking about a sign that just has dry humor and I'm going down there to look at it 3 different times. So, because I have to document everything that everybody complains, and I document whether they phone, or they come to the counter, it's always documented for every property that there's complaints.
I understand, I think, but help me understand why, and this is genuinely me not knowing, why would we, if it didn't fall under, if there was no valid complaint there, like the sign was on the neighbor's property, or the sign was on municipal property, if it was just somebody's sign on his own property, why would we investigate that anyway if it's not a violation of any of our bylaws?
Because you have a sense, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, Councilor Coburn, sorry, missed that. The reason is for the investigation purposes because of the sensitivity of the area, where it's a high volatile area of the township, which I will not mention, but it's a volatile situations in that territory that I get calls about every little thing on that area. And I go to investigate to show presence. So the residents can see presence, that somebody has showed up to take a concern into not just saying over the phone, I'm not going to come. I'm going to come and investigate. I'm going to go, it gives me an opportunity to do more walking around, see what else is around. It opens the door up to see what's happening in the township in those areas. But that area is a sensitive area, so presence is important.
very good. Mayor Carlton.
Thank you. Just to go back to the complaint and how to put it in, under definitions, it does reference that the complaint would be in writing using the required form submitted to the municipality. So perhaps in that 4.2, adding that wording in so that people understand, doesn't have to be just to contact GB.
Very good. Councilor Day.
I don't want to steer the conversation away from frivolous and vexatious, if there's more to be said, but I do have a different topic. Number 5, the municipality may initiate proactive investigation and enforcement of bylaw infractions, including but not limited to the following. immediate health and safety concerns, animal control violations, parking related to safety violations that are occurring on municipal property. I just wondered about possibly adding concerns of a timely nature that are irreversible once they've been completed. So for example, cutting mature trees or doing something to the shoreline that to undo it would cause further damage to habitat. So it might, whatever has been done might get left in the end. So just a thought of something that could be added to that section to acknowledge a little bit of the environmental protection that occurs through bylaw.
Is that noted? All right. Any further questions? We do have a, yes, Mayor Carlton.
Are we actually going to pass this bylaw tonight, or are we going to have it brought back with the revisions? And I see
All right.
Michael and
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. The motion as it reads is to receive the staff report for information and for direction of staff to present the bylaw for enactment at a future time. So with that amendment, that staff be directed to amend the policy to incorporate council's feedback. We would bring, sorry, not we, they would bring back the policy with those amendments to capture council's thoughts, and then the bylaw would be presented in conjunction with those as an amended policy for your review.
And to Deputy Mayor, further to the clerk's comments, we would actually bring a report back that says, here's where we've made the changes from what we've heard, and here's the updated policy.
So we need to vote on the amended motion, or is it just the way it doesn't receive this for information and you guys do your thing? Oh, shit.
It's already there, just you're screening it out.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't believe that we have voted on the amendment to the main motion, so we will vote on the amendment to the main motion and then the main motion as amended.
Very good.
Can I just?
Yeah, you go.
I just wanted to thank, we don't get to see you very often, Brian. Thanks for coming and answering our questions. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting us ask a million questions and provide some feedback on a policy that will come back to us. We appreciate that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, if there's no further questions, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of the amended motion? And that is carried. And back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Don't see none. I'm going to call those in favor of the main motion. That is carried. Very good. All right, 12.1.2 COR 2026-016 water rate study. And we do have the DFA infrastructure to present regarding the water rate study. I do see someone online there and I cannot read their name.
John Murphy.
Hey, John, how are you? I do believe you have a presentation for us. The floor is yours.
I do. I believe the clerk is going to pull up the presentation for me.
They're just pulling it up there, John.
Already. Great. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm John Murphy. I'm here on behalf of DFA Infrastructure. I'm here to present the results of a water rate review that we undertook, as well as present the highlights of the financial plan, which is required to be submitted by the township to the province to renew your drinking water license. Next slide. I believe the clerk has the ability to. The agenda. Oh. Okay, for the agenda is just to go quickly over the background of the township's water system, review the customer's cost and proposed rates, and again, a high-level review of the township's water system financial plan. Next slide. So as you're aware, you have 4 water systems in the township, each independent of each other. East Linton, Exenton, Shallow Lake, and if I say this wrong, I apologize, Potawatomi. Next slide. So in respect to this water review, we looked at the cost of the water system, and these costs are recovered from non-rate revenues, and these are your penalties and interests, various administrative fees, and your bulk water revenues. But the majority of the costs are recovered from your customers through a fixed and variable charge. The variable charge is based on a customer's meter size, or sorry, the variable charge is based on the water consumption, and the fixed charge is based on the customer's meter size. Next slide. So in our exercise, we identified the full cost of the water systems, and I apologize, this says wastewater, but just the water system review over a 10-year period, 2026, 2035. We calculated rates that would recover the full cost of service. And based on the water rate study, or the results of the water rate study, we prepared the township's water system financial plan. As I noted, that is required to be submitted to the province for your water drinking license renewal. Now, the bottom highlighted or bolded section is very important. Full cost recovery equals financial sustainability. The township wants to ensure that it recovers the full costs of the water systems from the customers that use and consume water in the township. Next slide. Okay, next, okay. So this is sort of the requirement of the drinking water license. Again, it's required to be submitted to the province for the renewal of your drinking water license. The financial plan must meet the requirements of Ontario Regulation 45307, and the financial plan covers a minimum period of 6 years. That's 2026, in which this is the year your license gets renewed, so 2026 to 2031. And as I noted earlier, the water system financial plan is based on the results of the water rate study. Next slide. So we're going to go through your customers, consumption, costs, and proposed rates. Next slide. So currently, it's estimated that township has approximately 1,200 water customers that consume 144,000 cubic meters of water. Next slide. We projected out the water customers and consumption. We estimated, based on the Stats Canada review, approximately 8 new customers per year, and that translated into just slightly less than 1,000 cubic meters of additional consumption per year. Next slide. So in review of your capital budget, your capital needs, the capital budget consists of water capital rehab and repair requests from Aqua, which manages your water systems, operates and manages your water facilities. Additional township water capital needs, including the Potawatomi water supply system project that addresses water quality issues in that system. And also an additional provision which ensures the recommended level of asset renewal needs are addressed as per your 2024 asset management plan. Slide. So this is your projected capital needs over the 2026-2035 period. A number of projects, and you can see the sources of funding are mainly from your capital reserve, which is part of your operating budget, which will be discussed in a couple of slides down the road. Next slide. So this slide presents your 2026 operating costs, your budget, and the average over the forecast period of those respective cost systems. And they're mainly driven by inflationary increases on your operating maintenance costs. But you can see now there are debt servicing costs associated with the long-term debt that has been identified to finance the Potawatomi water supply system project, as well as an increase, which is probably the main budget driver or cost driver, is the increase to your capital reserves, which are required to fund your projected capital needs. Next slide. So this is your current volumetric rate, which is $4.50 per cubic meter for all 4 systems. Next slide. And this is your, what we call the base charge or your fixed fee by meter size. And you can say there's a variety of different rates, but those are the rates that currently are imposed on the customers in each of the water systems. Next slide. Now, to fully recover and fund your costs of water service, annual rate increases of 5.5% are required each year over the 2026, or in this case, it starts in 2027 to 2035. So those rate increases are required to ensure financial sustainability, and they are to fund your operating maintenance cost increases, your new water-related debt servicing as a result of the Potawatomi project, your capital replacement needs, and your contribution to the water reserve to ensure that it maintains a minimum level as prescribed in your reserve policy. Next slide. So this slide presents your projected volumetric water rates over the 2027 or 2026 to 2035 period for each system. Next slide. And these are your base charges by meter size over the forecast period for each of the 4 water systems for the various customer classes. Next slide. The next slide after this will be just the highlights of your water system financial plan, but the financial plan in essence includes the 3 financial statements, the statement of financial position, the statement of cash flow, and the statement of operations. Slide. And this is just a highlight of key metrics, if you will. So the net financial assets increased from 2.3 million to 3.1 million. And this is the difference between your current assets less your liabilities. So at the end of the forecast period, and this is in regards to the financial plan, which is only for a 6-year period, you're increasing your net financial asset by $0.8 million. And your non-financial assets stay the same, which indicates that you're replacing your assets at the level of consumption or amortization. So your accumulated surplus is increasing by the 0.8 million, which is reflected in from your increase in net financial assets. Your capital assets are approximately 50% through their service life. And on average, the township is generating a surplus of $200,000 over that 6-year forecast period. So all in all, the township's water system finances or financial condition is considered pretty good. I say good to excellent. So what through this rate study and the proposed rates and charges, township will be in a strong financial position over the forecast period. Next slide. So the 3 recommendations in this presentation are increase water rates by 5.5% in 2027, approve the water system financial plan, and other specific recommendations as identified in the rate study, which really reflect the recommended level of contributions to your capital reserve to fund your capital program. And I'm open for questions.
Thanks, John, for the presentation there. Yeah, hang tight with us if you can there. I got a fairly lengthy recommendation to read here and Samantha to give comments, and then, yeah, stay tuned. We'll probably be back to you. All right, the recommendation reads that this report would be received for information and that the 2026 water rate study and OREG 453-07 financial plan as presented by DFA Infrastructure International, Inc. as attached is hereby approved, and that staff be hereby directed to forward the Township of Georgian Bluffs 2026 municipal affairs and housing as required, and that staff be hereby directed to post on the township website and make available to the public at no charge a copy of the 2026 water rate study and OREG 453-07 financial plans, and that staff be directed to schedule a public meeting with the users of the East Linton, Shallow Lake, Foxen, and Potawatomi water systems regarding the proposed changes as outlined in the attached 2026 water rate study and OREG 453/07 financial plan and report back to council following the public meeting on the next steps. Need a mover and seconder to put on the floor. Councilor Winters, Councilor Colburn, Samantha, Manager of Finance and Treasury. You're up.
Yes, thank you, and I won't take much of your time as John covered the highlights of it. For the purposes of 2026, what we would see this water rate study doing is moving all users to be a base rate based on meter size. Right now, we just have one standard base rate for each individual system and the consumption rate. So we would be moving to have it, your base rate is linked to your meter size. As a larger meter typically has a larger demand on the system. We would also, for the purposes of 2026, be making no change to a consumption rate. The plan is recommending for the years of 2027 onward, for the remaining 9 years of the plan, a 5.5% annual increase to both the base rates and the consumption rates for all systems. The report does have an estimated impact that this would have to an average user for each system, and those rates, estimated impacts range from a 5.46 to a 5.52 of 2026 over 2027 estimated annual cost. You can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, moving up to Councilor Colburn.
So we're changing the base rate according to the size, the pipe size, the meter size. But are we, and that's because there'd be a difference in usage typically between those different sizes. But aren't we already accounting for that in the volume side of things? Like the more somebody uses, the more they're paying. So why are we charging them a different base rate then on top of that? Am I making any sense?
Go ahead, Samantha.
Thank you, and through you, it's strictly because of the demand that it does put on the system. When you have larger meters, it does have a larger demand. The capacity or the flow that might be going through that larger meter could be comparable to that of a smaller meter. That the variable portion is based on the flow of what goes through the meter. That doesn't impact the size of the meter and the demand that the meter puts on the system. I don't know if that makes sense.
I feel like people are getting dinged twice for possibly using more water, but I may be misinterpreting it. What was the rationale previously for everyone having the same base rate then if now we're moving to a variable rate for base?
Go ahead, Samantha.
Thank you, and through you. I don't know that I know the answer. It was, every property was charged the same. There are ratios that are provided that do equate a 2 meter inch to a 5/8 meter inch. Many of our meters are the 5/8. The larger ones that we do have are typically at commercial establishments, not necessarily a residential establishment.
If I may, it was
Yep,
probably
go
due to, it was probably due to administrative convenience. Everyone pays the same base charge, but the base charge based on meter size is, the rationale is based on the potential draw of water, because systems are usually designed for capacity and capacity to provide water to various customers, and the larger the meter, the larger potential to draw on that system. Now, when you look at the actual cost of water, it's mainly fixed. It's the infrastructure that you put in place. And of course, when you have a lot of customers and some big industrial customers, you have to have capacity to service those customers based on the size of the meter. Whether the customer uses that potential volume, ability to draw on water, it's up to the customer. But the ability to draw based on meter size determines the amount of capacity the water system needs to be available to deliver. So the more capacity, potential capacity, the larger the water system needs to be. If you had a water plant, development can occur unless plant has the ability to or the capacity to deliver water. So larger meter is going to pay a larger base charge, which really is to do with the potential draw on the system. And as I said, the majority of the cost to deliver water is fixed. The only variable components are chemicals, hydro, very minimal. 10% of the total cost of water is volumetric, is based on consumption. The majority, 90%, let's say, is fixed. And if no one consumes water, you're stuck with that 90%. So when you look at cost recovery from base charges, it provides the municipality with security of revenue. Volumetric, a volumetric charge really is an economic incentive for customers to conserve.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Day.
I believe, Mr. Murphy, you've already started answering a question that I have, and if I may, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'd love to ask about a line from the water rate study, which I've been reading and trying to absorb. It's a lot to take in a few days, but there's in the study it states that the rate structure is consistent with industry best practice, and then why that is industry best practice, what makes it best, is not listed. And I was curious between that decision between fixed rate and volumetric rate, and if there are other, I'll leave that question there. I do have a follow-up question afterwards, but if you could elaborate a little bit on the best practices for water rates, that would be appreciated.
Go ahead, John.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, there is a American Water Works Association, which is the governing body for all things to do with water and wastewater, and they have what is called meter ratios, water meter ratios, which is determined based on the diameter of a pipe and how much water can flow through that pipe. And it's a calculation. I'm not an engineer, I'm an accountant, but they have ratios based on how much water can flow through a 5/8 inch pipe versus how much water can flow through a 1 inch pipe versus a 2 inch pipe. And the 5/8 inch pipe is sort of the base that's given a ratio of 1, and all other ratios are based on that. So a 4 inch diameter pipe can probably flow 33 times as much water than a 3/4 or a 5/8 inch pipe. So those meter ratios are, as I indicated earlier, based on the potential draw of water from that meter. And so systems are designed to ensure capacity is available. So if everyone drew as much water as they possibly could through their pipe, through their meter, then that system has to be able to accommodate those pipes. So the cost is allocated, a portion of the costs, and many municipalities sort of try to balance revenue from the base charge versus revenue from the volumetric charge. So if 50% of your total cost of service is recovered from the base charge, then you have security that you will guarantee that you'll get 50% of your costs back. And then you project how much volume is consumed, and you develop a rate based on that. And that is, again, there's always the promotion of conservation. And if all costs were recovered from the base charge, there'd be no incentive to conserve, because it doesn't cost the consumer anything to run their water, their faucets. So some municipalities have 100% of the cost recovered from a volumetric charge, which is great for promoting conservation, but not very good to ensure security of revenue for the municipality. Some municipalities have 100% of their costs recovered from fixed charge. And those are typically municipalities without meters, and therefore their guaranteed they'll recover their costs, but there's no incentive for a customer to conserve. And those are, when a municipality gets to a point that they are getting close to capacity of their water system, they typically look at imposing a volumetric charge to encourage customers to conserve.
Thanks, John. Follow up, Councillor Day.
So for Georgian Bluffs very specifically, is the percentage that's coming from a volumetric charge compared to base charge, was that percentage determined based on best practices for a municipality of our size and number of residents and constituents on town water?
So I'm gonna answer, through you, Madam Mayor, I'm gonna answer no. It was based on your current rate structure and the number of customers times the rate, the amount of volume consumed times the rate, and that determined your revenue. There wasn't a sort of direction to, let's look at achieving a 50% cost recovery from base charge versus a 50% cost recovery from a volumetric charge. Could probably look at that. But that's sort of a policy decision that we want to increase our volumetric revenue in relation to our base charge revenue or vice versa. But at the end of the day, the full cost of your system, water systems, are recovered from the customers through a volumetric and a base charge. Volumetric rate and a base charge.
Thank you, Councillor Day.
I think I know the answer to this already, but I just want to clarify and also just present some information that I found. There are two variations in volumetric rates for tiered volumetric rates that I read about in other municipalities. One was a summer rate for a municipality that had lower water quantities available in the summer, but they also had a higher percentage of people within their tourism-driven municipality during those summer months. Just as an example of a different way of doing volumetric rates, and one that seems possibly significant to us is in Battleford. They had a lower tier for the first 330 liters per household, which might look at the social sustainability as well as the financial sustainability, where a base amount is cheaper for residents who are struggling. As we have seen tonight, some of our constituents do struggle. And then any water above that 330 liters per household was charged at a higher volumetric rate. So were there, and I'm no water rate expert by any means, these are just things I found online today. Are there other ways of playing with volumetric rates that could be beneficial to our constituents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, there's 101 ways you can slice it. Some municipalities have block rates, and some have a minimum charge, and so the minimum volume is included in your base rate. So let's say the first 10 cubic meters per month is included in your base rate, and that in essence covers essential water use. So for a retiree that is on a fixed income, that they only use water for the odd bath and for cooking, and for the bathroom, they won't pay any volumetric charge, but consumption over the essential water use would pay a higher charge. And then you could have block rates. So for customers that want to fill a pool, so the first 10 cubic meters is included in your base charge. Between 10 and 20 cubic meters pays a volumetric charge of, so let's say, $1 per cubic meter. Over 20 cubic meters per month may pay $2. And what it is, it's as more water is consumed, or let's say it's more discretionary water use. Obviously, some households have a number of children, but then when you get people who like to wash their cars or fill their pools, the higher the volume, the higher the cost. And that's block rate, which provides a real incentive to conserve. Then you have some municipalities that have a higher volumetric rate for low consumption and a lower volumetric rate for higher consumptions, and that's to promote economic development, to attract companies that are high water users, because obviously the marginal cost of a cubic meter of water is quite low when you get to the higher end. So there's a number of a number of different ways you could look at designing a rate structure. Depends on if you want to promote economic development, whether you want to promote conservation, whether you want to ensure security of revenue. So that's more of a policy decision, and that's I guess the terms of reference didn't ask us to look at that, but when you're looking at summer rates versus winter rates, that's a whole different story. And of course, sometimes a municipality's billing system doesn't handle that type of rate structure, so you possibly may have to look at a different billing system when you have block rates. So there's lots to consider when you start looking at rate structures that have blocks.
Thanks, Sean. Councillor Day.
I promise I'm almost done. Does the volume of water use impact the rate of aging of the infrastructure? Could that be an important factor in determining the importance of volumetric rates? In other words, is there a benefit to the system if people are using less water?
Systems usually deteriorate over time. Yet maybe the more water flow, there's more calcium deposits, but it's usually to do with age versus the amount of water that flows.
I will make one final point, just looking at Canada from a global perspective, we are very high per capita in our amount of water usage compared to other developed countries. So from our climate change perspective, conservation is possibly significant in this conversation. And we're still in the presentation part. We're not in the staff report part. Is this, should I cut myself off here? It's all the same? Okay. And just, I'm concerned about our citizens and residents and constituents on a lower income and what consideration we might be able to give them throughout this process. And I will stop here. I do have another question that came up later, but I'll open the floor to other people. I know I've been hogging it.
Did you have a follow-up there, John, to that last question of Councillor Days?
Not too sure what her question was, but I mean, some municipalities actually have programs that provide relief, where they can obviously the municipality would develop a relief water billing relief program and provide discounts or refunds, but that's another exercise in and of itself.
Thank you. Councillor Winters.
Thank you. It's nice to hear the term that our water systems are in good to excellent shape. I'm not a financial analyst by any stretch, but through you to Samantha, typically, historically, we've kept all of our water system budgets individual. This looks like it's rolled them together and averaged them between our four systems for revenue and expenses and whatnot. So to hear 5.5%, I think that's good. But where are we as a municipality moving forward? When you say to the people of Potawatomi that, you know, you haven't been very successful over the last 20 years maintaining your water system. We've been in a financial situation, and all of a sudden it's cool. We just give you 5% and away you go. That's not what we presented in the past. Shallow Lake, that's not what we presented 2 years ago when we started this conversation. Today it looks like we're in great financial shape. It's a good feel-good story, but to me, there's pieces in here that, are we amalgamating all our water systems into one budget? Is that the plan? Because that looks like what this report does.
That was my last point.
Thank you, and through you. When we were looking at how to do it, there was no consistency that we could apply. Before we had taken it to DFA, staff had reviewed it, and it was looking that one system would have a 200% increase, another system would have a 3, another would have a 10, another would have a 25. That for the purposes of this, it wasn't beneficial to evaluate each other. Georgian Bluffs, yes, we have 4 systems, but we are trying to look and treat each system equitably and consistently. That is where the analysis was directed to be done at all systems combined, because we currently have one system that if you only look at it alone, it will never be self-sufficient. That I know there is a capital project for that system to look at and evaluate, but until that evaluation happens and actions come to fruition, it won't be self-sufficient. So that was a conscious choice to try and keep consistency among all systems.
And that kind of leads into my next question. That's the answer I expected, and that's what I assumed was gonna happen. Are we in a position as a municipality where we should be looking at amalgamating all those water systems into one? We talk about there are certain systems that are cheaper than others. There are certain systems out there that are expensive. When we amalgamate into one, are we going to offer that assistance to some of our ratepayers that require it? One system's got potential growth to it, 3 of them don't. The 3 of them will be stagnated for, I think his projections based on Statistics Canada are very positive, but I don't see that happening. Yet, when we look at the statistics applied here to East Linton, says, there's going to be 72 new homes built in the next 10 years. There's a developer that would cringe if you told him that's all he was going to get in the next 10 years. So there are a lot of things, but is it beneficial as a municipality? Should we be considering amalgamating all these water systems that are going to help us financially long-term?
Thank you for you. That would be staff's recommendation. This was a first step to get you to that point of a bit of consistency. But yes, I would encourage council that in a future water rate study, it does look at all systems as being Georgian Bluffs water systems and not each individual. That seemed like a large scope change for the purposes of this water rate study, that was not evaluated.
So I'm no expert in the financing of water either, so I hope this isn't a ridiculous question or statement, but if we're looking at amalgamating and a more equitable process, how are folks outside of Potawatomi going to feel about their rates going up in order to provide an equitable service for 25 households in Potawatomi? So you talk about equity or an equitable solution, but I wonder if other folks might not see it that way.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. And that very well may be the case, but unfortunately some do not see it as equitable. We are trying to provide a consistent increase among all systems. We do recognize that there are large capital projects and potential plans underway that hinder some of our capability to do a more robust financial analysis. Right now, we've included an amount for a water system. Council still has to have discussions on what that actually looks like, but the amount we've included may not be the correct amount, may have additional costs, may not. I can't provide comments on that or advice on that we are working with the best information that we have. I do recognize that equity can have many interpretations as to what it means, that yes, we are trying to provide consistency in the rate increases for each, and yes, it is also feasible that someone may feel that they are paying for another system.
The report suggested that we'd be at 52% of life. What's life on a water system? Like, how long is the lifespan? Is it 100 years? Or if we're at 52%, my concern is obviously we're going to have money to replace said water system in 10 years or so if we're putting away $200,000 a year, which I think is what we're doing, right?
Smith,
please, thank you.
So through you, there are many different components of a water system that have many different age lives. Our asset management coordinator is working on updating our tangible capital asset policy, which does speak to those life cycles on the different large components of the infrastructure and how long they typically last. A water line could be 60 to 80 years, depending on the type of material that it's used. There are other components of a water system that have a useful life of 20 years. So it does fluctuate depending on what you are looking at. When preparing these rates, John mentioned a asset management plan, AMP funding provision. That AMP funding provision that was included in your capital budget projections is the amount that we are needed to get up to your asset management plan to be fully funded for the purposes of water. That is what that was for. So we are looking at both of those in conjunction, the asset management plan and this rate study, to ensure that you do have a funding and meeting those annual requirements for your asset management plan for water purposes.
Thank you.
Councillor United.
While you're speaking through me to Sam, can you speak a little bit about how the reserves were treated in calculating these possible water rates? Because correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like from memory, I haven't looked recently, the reserves for the different systems were in different levels of health. So were some of, if one of the systems had a higher rate, a higher amount of reserves, which are funded through people using that system, has that been taken into consideration with the rates that are suggested here?
Yeah.
For the purposes of this study, all expenditures, all revenue, all reserves were treated as one instead of 4 separate reserves, that they were looked at in totality opposed to individuals. So in totality, all reserves, we would get to fully funded there. It was not done, the analysis was not done on a basis of would this one get there, would this one get there? But this is a first step to have a combined Georgian Bluffs water.
But doing it the way we've done it, does that limit our ability, because it looks like our water systems are in great physical shape as well as financial shape? It probably limits our ability to look for provincial funding for help, as opposed to showing a water system that needs 200% rate increase to be sustainable, is my concern. I think this is a good news report, but I think it also shoots us big time the way we've done it.
Samantha.
So through you, at this time, all grants that are available have growth that is included in them, that you have to have growth to the water system to be eligible. I don't know what future grants may say are requirements in their priorities for funding. Right now, their funding priority is growth and building more homes.
So having said that, then Samantha, then with us with 4 separate systems now gives us less leverage to get infrastructure money out there, the province or wherever it may come from, is if we amalgamate all 4, we have, instead of 700 homes, we have 1,200 homes. We can have a better opportunity of gaining funding because we're amalgamating 4 together.
According to you, not quite. When they're talking about growth, they are talking about new homes to the system.
Right, so we're,
if you did combine all of them, your base number
right,
would be the 1,200 net, that we are looking at growth from the 1,200.
right. And
Not-
we're looking at 8 homes a year, right, over the next 10 years. The other 3 were stagnant. So if we had something happen in Shallow Lake and it's sitting stagnant at 250, we're probably not going to get any funding for that. But if we can amalgamate the 4 together, with 1 growing, we might have an opportunity to get money.
Potentially, but I would not guarantee.
Girl.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think growth could be achieved by an example would be extending East Lytton through to Potawatomi and all of the other homes along the way that could then potentially add on to that system would be a way of getting growth and then being eligible for a grant. But it takes a huge expansion on one system to reach the other.
Councilor.
And so that's the philosophy of if you build it, they will come. So what if we do all of that and they don't come? Like, I mean, usually growth in services, infrastructure is in tandem with an expected building growth. And the projections are not that great for our growth in municipalities. So, I mean, we'd be gambling if we decided to do that and didn't have additional homes to hook into that.
Girl.
The perceived growth along there would be all the homes that are already built and the ability to hook onto those homes as we come by. And there's been more and more requests, I think, for people wanting to be on a water system rather than their own private well. So I think that would facilitate growth. It's just one of those things that could happen.
But I don't see that as growth. The houses are already there. That's not growth. That's not what the
But it's
province.
growth on the water system.
yes. But that's not what the province is talking about in terms of growth. They're talking about building homes for more
Yeah.
people. And I've heard just as many people say, I won't hook into it and you can't make me. I like my well the
Yep.
way it is. So we gotta be careful with, sporadic comments from folks. It's not all inclusive.
Sam had a comment. Okay.
All right. Yes, Councillor Day.
I feel like I would be interested in hearing, I know this is a topic that is of great interest to people who live in areas where water is provided. And I think it's a really important context that we haven't talked about tonight in terms of the Safe Drinking Water Act and how it relates to the financial stability of these systems in terms of providing clean water. So while we have Mr. Murphy, I don't know if that's something you would be able to elaborate on, or just connecting those issues of providing clean water and making sure that people are healthy with quality water services. It's important in our region. It's important everywhere. It's poignant in our region.
Right. John, you got a comment?
And that's what this financial plan demonstrates to the province, is that through these annual rate increases and your capital needs and your operating costs, it shows the province that you are, I guess, good financial stewards of the system. You're delivering water to the, I guess in this case, four systems, one license. And that through these rate increases and your capital program and your operating budgets and your level of reserve funding and your capital replacement provisions, that these systems will be financially sound over that 6-year forecast period. And that's why they require these financial plans to be provided every 5 years, because they want to know that you're not cutting corners, and that you're ensuring that your water rates fully recover the cost of service, which includes, as I indicated, operating and capital needs.
Thanks, Ed.
And preventing tragedies where drinking water is unsafe. May I add one thing before we move on? I think there is a call. The public meetings have been mentioned, and clearly this is something that we need to talk about again before any decisions are made. I feel like it would be very useful and also transparent if we could talk about the benefits and drawbacks for people in each system to hear about the possible amalgamation of all the fees. People from Shallow Lake will want to know how it impacts them and why, and Oxenden and all those places will have a different perspective on things. So I think it's important for us to be able to give balanced, and I'm not just saying this because I live in one of those regions and I know I'll get asked questions, but I do think it's important that we have the information we need to be able to talk about any potential benefits that there might be to Oxenden folks who I believe have had a higher reserve than other places in the municipality. So that would be really helpful going forward for at least me, and I'm sure some other folks as well.
Good comments, yeah.
And further to that, just learning from maybe a little bit from the waste collection feedback that we've gotten recently. How does staff plan to get the public engagement word out there so that we get a really good turnout and we don't hear after the fact that they weren't aware, they didn't know, they weren't. What is that promotion going to look like? Is it feasible to do a mail out to all users on the system, or is that too expensive? How do we ensure that we really get some good feedback from folks?
Samantha.
Thank you, through you, and I will need to touch base with our clerk depending on how quickly or when a public meeting could be scheduled. But we do send out water bills every other month to the connected users and unconnected users. The plan and hope would be to have it go out in tandem with a water bill, that they are receiving their water bill, they will receive notice of the public meeting at the same time.
Awesome.
Good. Carl.
Thank you. Just to be clear on what the public meeting definition is it a separate standalone meeting or part of a council meeting?
Samantha.
For you, the public meeting would be in council meeting.
Good, Councilor McComb?
Yeah, is this this can sound the wrong way, but is this the only proposal? Is there any movement on this? The reason is, like, I'm really genuinely concerned that given our aging in place population, given our, like, we got a lot of challenges that people have right now. And although this is really financially responsible, and I really respect that, and I recognize that we need to bring in a certain amount of money to support these systems, regardless of whether they're amalgamated or not, or we hook up more systems or we don't. I get it, we got to recover that, but I'm not sure that the formula that's being used right now, as much as it makes lots of sense, I'm not sure that it addresses those people right on the line. And I think it needs to be said, if there are, other considerations as to how to formulate that. I mean, as John said, there are 100 ways to do it. I get that, and certainly don't want to make that much homework for somebody. But surely there's some way that we could recognize those people who just, this rate will be untenable. When you talk about 5.5 compounding over 10 years, like, that's a material increase to people, and they're not going to have, especially those who are retired, they are not going to have that much more percent kicking around for water in 10 years from now, and hopefully they're alive and with us, right? So I don't know, it has to be said, there's a real stretch there. I have a problem with that.
That ties to my question before we get to a vote, and I saw that Councillor Coburn has a question as well, or a comment. I would like a definition of hereby approved from the resolution in terms of the financial plan is hereby approved. Does that mean we're accepting those water rates, or we're receiving this report? And we'll take this information forward and make decisions with perhaps what Councillor McCollum just talked about, or exploration of different volumetric rates for conservation and social equity. But I'll pass it over to, through the mayor, Councillor Coburn.
Samantha, comment first.
Through you, hereby approved is not meaning you are setting the rates for each and every year. You do set your annual user fee bylaw each and every year, that would reiterate and reestablish and confirm the rates that would be in place. This hereby approved is providing staff with a plan on how to structure some futuristic financial planning on it. But it is council's responsibility each and every year to set the budget and to set the user fees for maintaining that budget.
And is there, we've received the table with the 5.5% increases. Are there other versions of that table that could also be presented to staff that have a block rate, or some exploration of the different ways that volumetric rates could be used differently?
So through you, the plan does not have that at this time. We would need council direction, which may also incur additional costs to create a secondary plan or a tertiary plan on that. Georgian Bluffs did, prior to 2021, have a block rate that you did have 0.5 cubic meters was included in your base fee for each and every day. Between 2021 and 2022, that was removed to promote water consumption or water conservation. Thank you, wrong C word, I apologize. Water conservation. And council at that time had made that direction, so that is the direction that we were maintaining when looking at the structure of the rates.
I also had some reservations about the word approve, so I'm glad that was brought up. What we haven't talked about much is the inclusion of the capital upgrades to the Potawatomi that seems to be included in this study, which I gotta say I was a little surprised about. Unless I'm forgetting something, I would have thought this would just focus on water rates and not get into capital upgrades. Is that typical of a report like this? And have we made, like, if we approve this, have we made decisions beyond what we already have about upgrades to certain systems?
For you, the capital project that is referenced in here was specifically for the water, so it is appropriate to be included in this. No finite decisions have been made. We were using the information that was included in budget to plan this. We did not want to have it be the opposite way where we excluded it completely and then have the rates were a negative that 5.5 is no longer the correct. It actually should have been 8.5 to have it. So that is why the debt for that capital was included in the analysis.
Just makes me feel like we're making a decision on that here, and I don't think we've had nearly a robust enough discussion to be there, especially when the wording of the motion says that we're approving what we're receiving, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Especially if the public meeting hasn't happened yet.
I would rather just receive it as information for now, if that's possible.
Very good. Any further comments? One thing about it, we haven't had the public meetings yet, so I'm sure there'll be lots of conversation out of those. It's gonna bring more numbers forward. At the end of the day, we know it's 5.5% based on 10 years is what we need to be to make the next 10 years to be financially viable for the systems. How we get there, that's the plan in place, I guess. So at least we know the number. We know where we need to be and how much we're gonna need to do it. So that's what we're gonna have to work on. Do we want to amend to take out the approved stuff, or what do you think?
I would make the motion to amend that to remove approval, but it looks like Carly has maybe a better idea.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. So I think we may want to consider paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 separately. Because it sounds like we may want to defer consideration of those paragraphs until after the public meeting has occurred. But staff still need the report to be received for information and the direction to schedule the public meeting. So that would leave that this report be received for information and then staff be directed to schedule a public meeting. And then we could vote on those 3 items separately and consider deferral on those until after the public meeting if that is suitable for council. Just ensure that you're not having to make a decision to strike those out and those are getting lost. They would just be deferred until after the public meeting has occurred.
Do you want me to read 1 and 5 out? Is there?
She's already changed.
She's already got her done? Okay.
It's refreshing.
It's refreshing? Yeah. I can't read and look at there too at the same time.
Your paper didn't get refreshed.
Yeah, well.
Mine does not automatically refresh.
So we already have a mover and a second on the floor for the main motion. This will be an amended motion that we're gonna, the main motion will be, yes, Carly.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, so the main motion, if council is agreeable to consider paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 separately, so you can, by request, have items pulled for separate consideration from a motion. So I would suggest that that's what be done in this case. So your main motion would be paragraph 1 and 5. So we would consider that and call the vote on that. And then separately, 2, 3, and 4 with a new mover and seconder. So the one that stands with 1 and 5 would be the existing mover and seconder, and then we'll consider 2, 3, and 4 after that.
Okay, so with that all said, Councilor Winters and Councilor Coburn had moved and seconded that originally. You still good with that, all right? So I'm going to read the motion again. It is that the report be received for information and the staff are directed to schedule a public meeting with the users of the East Lantern, Shallow Lake, Oxid, and Potawatomi water systems regarding the proposed changes as outlined in attached 2026 water rate study and OREG 453/07 financial plan, and report back to council following the public meeting on next steps. Questions? Sam?
Sorry, I do just want to highlight our license for our water systems does expire this August. The requirement of renewing those licenses is a financial plan to be submitted. So I do want to caution council on potential deferral and when we may be able to have a public meeting in relation to this. We have already received an extension because the financial plan should have been provided to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing back in February, being 6 months before renewal. We have already received an extension for that. I don't know if another extension will be provided if we are delaying acceptance or receipt.
That changes things. Counselor McComb. Sorry.
All I was gonna say is I still think it's prudent that we think this through more carefully, and I certainly would commit to making sure that the public meeting happens and that we, that we do this as quickly as we can. But still, with second thought, the idea that sort of a gun's to our head because this deadline is looming so close, still doesn't make a good decision, so it's my feeling on it.
I concur with Councillor McComb, and I wonder through you to Sam if the public meeting has to be in a council meeting, or if but I feel like public meetings, that exact phrase has been used for other things, perhaps a community event. I don't know. I'm not sure about the municipal definition of public meeting in this context. But if a public meeting happened outside of council, I would certainly be happy to try and attend it should my schedule permit.
Samantha said you wanted Samantha to be able to comment that first.
I believe this one is a statutory
Public meeting council, okay.
My preference would be to have it that way anyway. When we've had public meetings outside of council meetings and we're not able to go, sometimes the information we get back is not as robust as you would get in a formal setting like this. So I'm happy to hear it needs to be in council.
McGurl.
Thank you. Does the public meeting have to be held before we can submit that financial plan? Or can we go ahead with submitting the financial plan without having had the public meeting? Can we break them apart? And I saw Councillor Winters nodding his head, but I don't know what he was nodding to.
Councillor Winters.
My interpretation is you can approve the financial plan and send it into the ministry. You're not approving any rate increases unless you have a public statutory meeting through council. So submitting a financial plan, I think satisfies the licensing requirement, but you can't implement these rate increases unless there's a statutory public meeting held. But you are putting the cart before the horse because you are approving a plan that suggests that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, so two things. First of all, it's going to appear to the public that we've made a decision. We're just asking them about it after the fact. I don't like those optics. But also, then we have something on record saying that we've approved this. How do we go back and change that then after the fact, after we get the public input? I don't know if that would be appropriate in terms of the regulations either. What's the deadline in this? What is the hard deadline right now?
I don't know the exact date in August that our license renews. I just know it is in August.
Question, Councillor McComb.
I was just going to comment to your point. I think we're in agreement in principle that increases are needed. Like we know what the financial plan needs to look like. So for us to submit that financial plan, I think that any of our ratepayers would be okay with us doing that. I don't think any of them would have said, no, run it into the ground or run it at a deficit. I don't think so. So, we could be comfortable with that, but not how we get there to Deputy Mayor's point earlier on, and then figure out how we get there in the most equitable, fair, and, way. So, yeah, it seems a little backwards, but it's possible. Can I ask what kind of notice we need on the public meeting? Is it 60 days or 30 days? Is that the concern? That we're not giving adequate notice to people? I know we wanted to put it in the next water bill.
I just need to double check.
No, it's okay.
Mhm.
So the township's notice of public meetings is 30 days.
We're looking at the end of June.
Last meeting in June. Then it could be brought back for council to pass at the first meeting in July, with time to submit it for August.
Do a large portion of constituents receive their water bills via email? That might not be.
Yes, the majority of our water users do receive them through email.
Which would be a way of communicating as well, with consideration to those who don't.
Just double check. So in order to meet the 30 days, we cannot have the public meeting on June 17th, as that only puts us at 28 days because the notice would not be able to go out until tomorrow at the very earliest. You would have to look at, I believe it is July 8th. Is your next? 15th. July 15th would be your next meeting date, but then ratification wouldn't be until August.
Is there not a July meeting before that?
That's probably
No,
the end
because
of
the
it, is it?
first is
Yeah,
Wednesday. So the holiday throws us off unless we change the schedule of one of the 8th.
Is it a appropriate, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out.
Okay, I
Carly's
was
got a
let's go to Carly first
Yeah.
there.
Thank you, through you. Council can call a special council meeting at any time. So we can call the special council meeting, subject to the availability of council to make the timeline work. Just wanted to throw that out there.
24th of June?
That's good.
Oh, yeah, it's a Grace Hobble Day, but usually that works.
I am tied up.
I'm more than happy to throw some dates in an email and do some canvassing.
That'd be great.
And then I can coordinate with Sam on the timing of the notice going out as well.
So
Repeat that, please.
I was just saying that I'm more than happy to send an email with some dates for canvassing to to schedule that special council meeting. And I will coordinate with Sam on the notice as well to make sure that we do adhere to those timelines.
Very good.
So then we could do, an alternate would be the 8th of July then, which would still give us a week before the next council meeting on, what is the one in July?
15th.
Yes.
We don't need to.
Carly can, canvass us by email.
Yeah, the other thing to consider, the only thing on that special council agenda is the public meeting for the water rates. We basically need council quorum to facilitate that.
If it matters right now, I would commit to the 8th. But I'm sure we can find a day where for it. This is an important enough issue that I feel like 4 of us would.
It
That's
also
nice
doesn't
next
all
step.
have to be a Wednesday, so we can circulate dates other than Wednesdays and just see what works.
What if that was a bylaw? Meetings are only on days with a W.
And for at least one of us, our summers are less scheduled than fiscal year.
So all being discussed, we still have a motion on the floor for number 1 and number 5 paragraph. It's been moved and seconded. Any more conversation around that particular motions on the floor? If not, I'll call vote. All those in favor? That is carried. How do you want to do 2, 3, and 4 then, Carly? Separately or as a group?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be acceptable to do them as one motion to defer. So to note that consideration of the items in paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 are deferred until following the public meeting.
2, 3, and 4, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, 2, 3.
We're going there, I wasn't sure where we're going there. Okay, so
Given-
I need some, sorry, yes.
I'm so sorry. Do you want, I guess, given the short timeline that's going to happen in July, if we're curious about other ways of working those rates, would it be advisable to give direction to explore some variations now? So staff have time?
Samantha?
So through you, if you are wanting the rates to be reevaluated to have different methods, we do need some direction on those different methods. We do also need a budget amendment, because I don't believe, not to speak for DFA, but I doubt they will create an additional plan or additional versions of the plan within the scope of what they are tendered to do right now. I don't have a number on what that additional budget amendment would be.
Do you have an approximation?
The one plan was, for the purposes of completing this plan, it was at a cost of $20,000. Don't know if additional plans would be at that same cost, more cost, less cost. I also don't know DFA's capacity to know if they would be able to complete an additional format or structure of the plan. There's a few conversations that would need to be had before I could commit to them exploring alternatives.
Understood. John, are you in any position to speak to that tonight?
Probably not that. Obviously, it's a change in scope, and I'll sit down with Derek and Samantha and talk about the terms of reference based on council's direction. But I just like to interject. Council could pass a resolution approving the financial plan, which is based on the draft rate study. So you're approving the financial plan based on the draft rate study. So where the cost of service won't change. It's just the rate structure and in essence, who pays, from which system. Obviously, right now, we have a rate increase on all existing rates. But if you look at harmonizing the rates among the systems, so obviously there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. And that's where you're going to get the kerfuffle at this public meeting. If you present, this is what we're going to do, is kind of harmonize the rate structure so that everybody in each system pays the exact base charge. Because right now your volumetric rate is the same among the four systems. It's your base charge that you'll see shifts in burden among the different customers in each system. But the cost of service really won't change. So your financial plan is based on the cost of service, and the amount of revenue to be generated that is required to be generated to fund that cost of service won't change. So your financial plan can be submitted to the province as is, and all you're saying is based on the rate study, and that should it change, we will submit a revised financial plan in the future. That's all the province wants, is that you've considered the cost of service, you've looked at a revenue plan, which is the projected 5.5% increase to each customer for volumetric and base charges. So council could pass a resolution approving the financial plan that is based on the draft rate study. So you've met the requirements of OREG 45307 and your water licensing requirements. And this is not uncommon for municipalities to submit these financial plans that are based on draft studies. So that's the one issue you have. Then the other issue is, do you want to look at changing your rate structure, having block systems? That's a more in-depth exercise. And then, the harmonization and maybe a phasing in over a number of years to harmonize the rates being charged. I don't think you'd want to do it in 1 year. You want to do it over a period of time. But again, there's going to be certain customers that will see their rates increasing more than 5.5%, and you may have customers that actually could see their rates decreasing. But at the end of the day, each customer, if you want a harmonized base charge, you're going to have winners and losers.
Thanks, Sean. Over.
What has muddied it for me is the inclusion of the capital upgrades for Potawatomi. Is that different from the one we got in, when was the last rate study, water study? Was it 2020? 21. Did it include all of that like the reserves for capital expenditures and like, I'm just looking at it now. It was a much shorter, cleaner document that was specific to the rates. Now we've got this one that brings in the whole, I don't know, maybe the consultant can answer that. Is the inclusion of a whole new, like the funding for Potawatomi upgrades, is that new to this report compared to last time? Or is that my imagination?
Sorry if I can. We haven't completed a water rate study before. We had the financial plan and staff had determined the proposed amount. That was not an external financial plan, and at the time that those rates were being evaluated, staff were including known capital at the time, which is the same precedent that was set here. We did not have an external water rate study fully completed.
Okay. Mayor Carlton?
And I'm thinking at that time, when that plan was done by staff, it was on individual water systems. It wasn't on the combined, the same as what we're seeing now.
Sure.
If
Councillor Day?
I am interpreting correctly, could I say it's partially harmonized at the way it's presented now, where it goes up 5.5 for each system per year, but they're all starting in different places. So there is still a reflection of what state the water system was in, or what the fees were before these rate increases were proposed. So there's I think I just needed to make sure I understood that correctly.
Mayor Carlton?
Thank you. So what I was asking earlier about submitting the financial plan to the government based on the draft plan that we have in front of us now can be done. And if there's a change at the public meeting, we can then enter a revised report. And by putting that financial plan in now, we're sure of being compliant. And if we need to, we revise it.
We have the number we need to reach, and we can work on how we will reach that number after consulting with committee.
And we're certain about that. We're certain that we're not locked into anything by sending the plan that we have now forward. We can change it, and it doesn't feel right to me to do it this way. I like to have the consult with the public and then do the approvals and then send it on. I think we have time to do that. That would be my preference.
I do think we've built a schedule where we have time to do that with the special council meeting in early July.
So where we stand right now, then, we were talking about deferring paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. If that's the scenario, we need a mover and a seconder to do so. Mayor Carlton, Councillor McComb. If that's the direction we want to take, we'll defer these 3 paragraphs in the recommendation to another date till we get the information we need. Samantha?
Oh, I also still need a bit of direction on what additional things you may want DFA to explore for rate structure, as well as if you are approving a budget amendment to have it completed.
So if we defer this, we can make that a separate motion, or we'll have to feed it. Is it tricky?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So your motion to defer doesn't really have to be a motion to defer. It can be a motion that says you would like to defer and provides direction to staff. So you can do it in one motion.
Today.
Is it beyond our staff capacity to explore some different, and no is a fine answer. Just wanted to explore the possibility if we could look at some different options in-house instead of going through a consultant. Through YouTube.
What are we hoping to accomplish with different, like, what are we looking for? Is it to not be at that 5.5% increase for 10 years, or Okay,
No, not in my mind. I'd say that we are being very fiscally, financially sustainable with the plan as it's
Yeah.
proposed. We have not applied an environmental or societal lens to the decision in terms of people who would have struggled to meet those water rate rises or looking at the possibilities. I don't really find that the volumetric rate does much to discourage water use from a conservation perspective. I'm not filling a swimming pool, so there is that. But if we've used block rates in the past, maybe the solution wasn't to eliminate block rates entirely, but maybe to explore a block rate that could help provide a daily amount of water for people at a lower tier. And I don't know, that's what I feel is lacking from this report, is that environmental and societal lens. Financially, I think we do need to be responsible and we do need to meet the legislation, and we do need to unfortunately raise the water rates. I have at the top of my private comments here throughout this entire conversation, I've had the context that the net annual water expenditures are expected to increase from 1.1 million to 2.7 million by 2035. So I'm operating under that context. Was that clear? I know it's getting late, so I'm wordy.
I'm good with exploring options. At the end of the day, we still got to come up with that 5.5% for the next 10 years. Whether we give people that maybe can't afford it to pay it, somebody else is going to pay it. And that's where and that's going to create more issue. The haves and the have-nots aren't going to be happy with that scenario either. So I would like to see us stay at that 5.5 until we have our public consultation and see what the public comes back with. And if it's a complete uproar, then we know we have to come up with a better, like, if there's a solution, there's a solution out there. But the optics at the end of the day, it's 5.5 for 10 years to have a sustainable system. And that's, we have to look at the big picture for the 10,000 people, or the max 10,000, it's the 25% of our population is on water. And that's what we have to look at the end of the day.
I think we're in agreement about that. It's just a matter of the formula. So
Yeah,
is
and
it,
if the formula can change.
is the 90-10 the right thing, or should it be a 60-40 based on, right? And does that address what we know provincially is the changing population type, to make sure that nobody ends up sliding off the table here and not having any water at all, just for the sake of, not upsetting people who, anyway, I won't get any further into it. So a question for you, if we have a motion now to defer this, must we come up with the suggested equitable formulas that we'd like investigated right now tonight? Or is that something that we can advise on, not next meeting or something, but like at a later time, tomorrow or something, when there's some sober second thought?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think it would be important to provide some direction to staff on what's to be investigated, and that would come back in the future. I will leave to Sam to provide comment on what that direction would look like, but it can be dealt with in tandem with the deferral.
Well, it's just, are we beating the dead horse here? We need to have a public meeting and find out what the public's opinion is of the 5.5%. And giving staff direction tonight to investigate other options may not be the smartest thing that we do, because the public hasn't given their opinion yet. I think we need to have a public meeting, and then we need to present what's out there, that this is 5.5%. What is the flavor of the day? Get the feedback back, and then go from there and make a decision.
I'm worried about timing. If I guess there's that out of having the draft be part of the approved plan, but I just worry about timing still. If we hear from the public in early July and have to submit a plan by August.
If we don't submit the draft financial plan, we're always gonna have the gun to our head. if we submit the draft financial plan, have the public meeting, listen to the public's input, we have time then to look at options, look at the bylaw for the rate increase and do things properly. If we're concerned about time frame, we're always gonna have that. It's not gonna do any of this, yeah.
Councillor Coburn's point about the optics of it, but at the same time, if we're honest with ourselves, I think we're all sitting here with the agreement that 5.5 is necessary. And I don't think that there's anything that we would take, and this is speaking for myself, I don't think that there's anything that I would take from a public meeting that convinces me otherwise, that we shouldn't be raising it by that much over that time. So whether we do it now and buy ourselves some more runway, or we do it under the gun, trying to make things meet, the only difference is optics. That's it. And again, I'm not convinced, personally, it's just my feeling, that there would be too many of these water users who think that it's a good idea to allow the system to, run out of balance and at a deficit, which I'm not even sure the province is okay with either. So, we know the number, and it's not a big number, it's not a small number, it's the number that has to happen. And I think that that's demonstrable to anybody who's willing to listen. So I'm not sure, that there's any good reason for us to put the brakes on. Although I do appreciate your point, the way that it could be taken.
Yeah, but
So just to respond to that, it's not just about optics for me, it's actually going and listening to the public, because sometimes they have some really good ideas.
Sure, yeah.
So it's not just about optics, it's, I think we go there, we ask for public input because we value their input, and it might change how we feel about how we get to that number. Much the same, I think, is what Councillor Day is saying. There may be different formulas or different ways of getting there. I don't know. Maybe there won't be any good suggestions, but we don't know until we get there.
true enough. McGurley.
I think what catches me is this financial plan has to go into the ministry in order for us to be in compliance and have a license to operate these water systems. We can send a revised financial statement in after the fact, but I would be more afraid of not being in compliance with water systems. I would have a bigger fear of that and be more open to adjusting that later based on public input than running the risk of not being in compliance.
At the risk of sounding like my mother, I wonder next time if we could have more input earlier on, so that, Councillor Day's suggestions might have been incorporated into a plan coming forward from the consultant, for example. And we can take some ownership in that, but it just feels like this is coming back to us. We're being asked to approve something because we have to, and let's just ask the public for their opinion as an afterthought, and let's get on with it. And I hope there's a way, like maybe staff can take this back and think about different scheduling or different ways to consider how we do the process another time.
Very good. Further discussion? So we had originally on the table to defer 2, 3, and 4. Is that still, we want to vote on that?
Well, I
If
think
not,
we have to, because didn't we have a first and a second,
did.
or a motion and a second?
We do,
So we
correct.
can defeat it.
yeah. I go back to the original motion. Pass it.
If we approve it as it
Presented.
stands, then there's no evidence that we're going to discuss it again. As it stands, we're, sorry, it has updated since the last time I looked at it. Is hereby approved. So it is still hereby approved. That wording could be adjusted to is hereby approved, but will be considered at a later date through a social lens. I just, as it stands right now, it doesn't reflect the conversation and the points that some of us have brought up around the possibility of looking for some social considerations or listening to the feedback from the public and responding as appropriate after receiving feedback. There's no room for change the way it's written, or there's no indication that change is possible after the public meeting the way it's written right now.
So my understanding was this is a draft that's being approved. We have public consultation and take back what we get from that, and we can make adjustments to it then.
Yes, verbally, and I'm just reading it, and I don't see the word draft in it.
So I don't think it does say draft, but John mentioned that it's, it's a draft, you can bring it back.
It's titled the GB Water Report Draft.
Does draft need to be in there?
Just getting a little confused.
Hmm?
Are you talking about submitting it to the ministry?
Mhm.
I don't think they're gonna accept a draft. They're gonna, I could be wrong, but I'd be shocked if they would. I think what they are expecting to receive is something the council has approved, which would make it not a draft any longer. Am I off base there? Michael, Sam, Carly?
I think it was John that made that
John.
comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you're approving the financial plan, which is a standalone document in the report based on the rate study, which you have yet to approve, which is you've received. So all they want is a document and a resolution from council in regards to the financial plan. You've received the rate study, you approve the financial plan.
The financial plan, if anyone's looking for it, starts on page 41 of the 47-page document.
I believe it's a.
Yes.
It's an appendix in the study.
41, Kurt, or-
The text starts on page 41.
Sir? So it's listed as being proposed or projected. Financial position, gross cash, financial operations.
And it doesn't lock us into.
Right, it's proposed or projected. Mayor Carlton?
And for any, I don't even know what to call this, a plan like this, it's based on what we think people are going to use. It's not set in stone. It's going to change based on changing uses.
That's projection.
Yeah. And
This is the best calculation we have today for the
it's
next
the
10
best
years.
guess we have,
Could
yes.
change tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's just from page 41 to 47, or 1 to 7, is that part of the as the plan, financial plan, is that correct, John?
Yeah, that's the financial plan is the appendix H in the rate study. My PDF.
With that understanding, I am more comfortable hereby approving the financial plan, understanding that it does not include the rates.
Yeah, it's just those 7 pages, that appendix is, that's all that will be sent forward, that's all we're approving, is that correct?
So I'm understanding correctly, Paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. Right now, we have moved and seconded for deferral. You want to let, yes, Carolyn, help me out here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think at this point, it might be a good idea to go back to square one with these three items and have the mover and seconder withdraw, if that is okay. And then what we will do is we will defer approval of the 2026 water rate study and then consider the other items.
Didn't we already vote on the first part though?
Yes, Carly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. We had voted on paragraphs 1 and 5, but we did break out 2, 3, and 4. So 2, 3, and 4 is what we're dealing with now. And 2 has both of those items in it. So we would be further breaking out 2 to defer the water rate study, but calling the vote on the remainder of those things, with the emphasis that it's only Appendix H, which is the OREG 45307 financial plan.
So that motion that you've typed up there is one I'll read it, want me to read it? Just so we know where we're at? Because
No, I think what she's saying is we're gonna split this one out. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
And we're gonna change, this bottom part will be the deferred.
So if we want to go back to the original movers of the deferred.
Councillor Coburn and I have to withdraw that.
Right.
Yes.
And would you like to withdraw that deferral?
That's right.
In 2, 3, and 4?
So just so I understand, I'm happy to withdraw, but we're taking out that we're approving the water rate study. We're just simply approving the financial plan, OREG 45307. If that's the case, I'm happy to withdraw. I don't think I'm ready to approve that whole study as presented just yet until we hear from the public.
So we're deferring then the water rate study.
That's right.
So the last paragraph
Yeah,
that's in front of
before.
us here. Are you typing this up again, Carly, so I can refresh and give it to Grant? Okay.
Are we going to do the deferral piece first, Carly? If the mover and seconder want to stay with the deferral on number 4, we could move that motion. And deferral. Whatever we want to call it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it probably makes the most sense to just capture the deferral of one item in the motion as one. I think because we're doing a few different things here. So I'm gonna quickly take some reference to some things out and then I'll read it aloud.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to hear. Next week. Thanks, John, for all your patience.
Let's try this. Okay, so that Appendix H, OREG 45307 financial plan as presented by DFA Infrastructure International Incorporated as attached hereby approved, and that staff are hereby directed to forward the Township of Georgian Bluffs water system financial plan number 083-301A to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing as required, and that staff are hereby directed to post on the township website and make available to the public at no charge a copy of the financial plan, and that consideration of the 2026 water rate study be deferred for consideration following the public meeting.
Committee mover and seconder to do that. Mr. Day, Councilor McComb. Discussion?
No.
We're done. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? It's carried. Thanks, Carly. Good. We're all done with them. 12.2, update from members appointed to county council committees and local boards. Members have any updates? Mayor Carroll.
Sorry. Because it's been a while, it may be a little longer. So I wasn't here physically at the last council meeting because I was at Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative Conference in Hamilton on May 5th, 6th, and 7th. The pre-conference session involved 9 companies providing information on their company, what their companies were offering that would be beneficial to the health of our communities and our water supplies. Presentations included boat cleaning stations that would be positioned, say for Georgian Bluffs, at any points of entry to inland lakes and the Great Lakes. So Big Bay, any inland lakes, Balmy Beach boat launch. The purpose being to clean off any invasive species before the boat goes in the water, and again when they come out of the water, to ensure any invasive species are not being transferred from one body of water to another. Another company focused on identifying where water is lost from systems and recovering that lost capacity. This system makes invisible water loss visible by reading the meter every hour and sending that information to the cloud, as well as giving the information to the household to help them identify problems such as frozen pipes or constant leaks. Another company provided kits that can be used for education purposes to monitor roadside salt content in roadside ditches and streams, with the information then being used in watershed reports. And they offered a variety of these kits for different applications. Numerous companies were offering different methods of capturing PFAS and PFOS, the forever chemicals that are in our water supplies. And the purpose being twofold, in that these chemicals need to be removed from our drinking water at the source, and again in any wastewater treatment plants before that water is released back into lakes and rivers. And they had a variety of options for capturing these chemicals from water and from the soil that crops are grown in. Another company was exploring how algal blooms on inland lakes could be captured and transformed into fertilizer that can then be applied on fields for long-term improvement of the soil. I also found out that 60% of fresh water flows north, but the majority of it is needed in the south. And an interesting question arose about how often do we check the valves on our water systems, and what are the impacts if those valves don't work when they're needed? The Honorable Todd McCarthy of MECP announced that $1.5 million is being provided for the local Blue Economy Growth Fund program to help with ecological health of lakes and rivers over 3 years. I provided that information to staff as to what the parameters of that fund requirement are, and to look into, is there an area where we could apply for funding? If there is, then a report will be brought back to all of council for discussion. And Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative offer a 75% discount off the first year's membership, which would be needed to be eligible to apply for the funding. And a final thought from the conference that I thought should be applied to all of our decisions: will this make sense in 7 generations? I thought that was a very interesting take. Then I was here in the office on Tuesday, May 12th, when it was raining outside, and the rest of you, some of you were outside planting that beautiful little forest out there. I'd like to say thank you to council members that showed up and all of staff that participated. I think that's a wonderful activity to have had happen here, and we can all look forward to watching this area grow, along with the other section at the front that we planted last year. I was then invited to take part in the inaugural edition of Owen Sound Innovates on Tuesday, May 12th at Sydenham campus. And the theme of local roots, global reach was used from the Rideau Hall Foundation because it fits so well here. There were 2 panel discussions where members from Grey County, the Nuclear Innovation Institute, Georgian College, Bright Shores Health System, and with Mayor Ian Boddy speaking about nuclear isotopes being produced at Bruce Nuclear, the uses for these isotopes and the future possibilities for processing them locally and reducing the time it currently takes to get them to the processing facilities. Chef Zach Kijig and Chef Sam Chevrier talked about using locally grown foods and ingredients to prepare traditional Indigenous meals in their restaurant Noggin in downtown Owen Sound. And the evening finished with a panel discussing how the Roxy Little Theater worked with Georgian College, creating realistic training sessions for the nurses in training. And Wednesday, I was then invited back to Sydenham campus for the citizenship ceremony, welcoming new Canadians. There were a total of 48 new Canadians being recognized and welcomed by MP Alex Ruff. And joining MP Ruff were Mayor Ian Boddy, Mayor Brian Milne, Deputy Mayor Barbara Dobreen, and Joan Johns from South Cape. And this event was hosted by the Y Family Services, and it was a very emotional and moving ceremony to watch these families become proud Canadians, and some of them wearing their traditional dress, which made it really impactful. County Council on Thursday, May 14th, noted a number of delegation requests that have been submitted for the AMO conference in August, and some of these include the Ministry of Health for increased capital funding streams to allow and support growth of infrastructure for primary healthcare teams. Ministry of Transportation, the OTIF Transit project update and sustainable funding for that. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to advocate for a pause on provincial legislation changes. Ministry of Colleges, Universities, Research Excellence and Security, looking for sustainable funding for rural serving campus apprenticeships to support workforce development, including clean energy goals. Ministry of Education for additional, CWELC is the acronym, it's Canadian Wellness Education Childcare, for spaces in Grey County and recruitment and retention of ECEs and ECAs. Ministry of Long-Term Care, renaming of behavioral support units using person-centered language. And council asked that additional delegations be requested for homelessness and for more information about the changes to the conservation authorities. And that's the end of my report.
No, thank you for those updates. Any further updates from the council? All right, I'm not seeing any. We're going to return back to council. The recommendation reads that the committee of the whole meeting be adjourned at return to council, resuming at 8:31. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Day, Councillor McComb, discussion. Call the vote, all those in favor? That is carried. And we take a 5-minute recess?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can't sit in this chair any longer. Oh, this is stuff. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Hips are sore. Cost or whatever.
You up to today?
Oh, I was fencing, watching you guys put boards on my barn.
Mhm.
That's, yeah, they got that done, so that was good, yeah.
Yesterday.
It's a lot of information for you. Yes, thank you, council. And there was some cards sent out to
It was. Okay, we are back in session with council and there are no zoning bylaws tonight, but other bylaws. The first one is bylaw to establish Fleming Drive as a municipal highway for public use. And the recommendation is that bylaw 2026-030, being a bylaw to establish Fleming Drive in blocks 37 through 40 as noted on Plan 16M73 as a highway, and to assume blocks 34, 35, and 36 as shown on Plan 16M-73 and associated public works for parkland and stormwater management purposes by the Township of Georgian Bluffs be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Deputy Mayor Pringle, is there any discussion? Call the vote, all in favor. That is carried. Next item is the amended refreshment vehicle fees bylaw. The recommendation is that bylaw 2026-031, being a bylaw to amend Schedule A fees of bylaw 2018-033 to license, regulate, and govern refreshment vehicles be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Winters, any discussion? Call the vote, all in favor? That is carried. We have no unfinished business, no new business. Are there any notices of motion or notice of discussion tonight? See none. We are now going into closed session. The recommendation is that the council of the Township of Georgian Bluffs move into closed session at 8:45 p.m. in the Sarawak room with the Chief Administrative Officer, Director of Development and Infrastructure, and Manager of Legislative Services / clerk remaining in the room to discuss advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, open meeting exemption F of Section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001, Finden Street Road Allowance. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Deputy Mayor Pringle. Call the vote, all in favor. That is carried. That actually read the CAOs coming in with us, but I don't think it's.
Don't think so.
Yeah.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy. Because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
are Dirk and Alma DeVries, and we are coming to you from Dual Acres. This is a beautiful property in Georgian Bluffs that we own, and we run horse-drawn sleigh and carriage rides from.
So today we're going to have Dan and Juliet. Dan's a 12-year-old gelding, and Juliet's a 12-year-old mare. Come on, Dan. When people come here, we invite them to come back to our shack, and they will go in there and they can get ready to go, get dressed, whatever they need to do, and stay warm till the ride event starts. And then we bring the horses out of this sleigh shed here, and they get on, and we take them roughly for a 40-minute ride, all through hardwood and softwood bush. So the whole experience is in wood. We return here, we drop them off here. They can go in, and there's a big wood stove in there. They warm up, and if they so desire, they can also enjoy a cup of hot chocolate. We build all our own sleighs, and there's a reason for that. Is sleighs in Ontario came with a width of stance with a runner width of 3 feet, and that was designed to work in the bush and whatnot. But a 3-foot stance is very tippy when you get people. People are like hauling water. There's always a second motion, and that second motion is the motion that'll tip the sleighs. So I rebuild all the sleighs to a 4-foot wide stance, and that's very stable. There's no, you cannot tip them. Our sleighs are also adaptable to handle wheelchairs, which we discovered early. There was that need there that people disabilities need that we needed to provide.
We've done lots of charity work. We did Santa sleigh ride here on the farm. That actually helped really for people to be aware that we were here. But we always have a passion, especially for children with special needs. That was one way that we were able to give back to the community. Every year we host a ride here for the GRACE program, which is the Georgian Riding Association for Challenged Equestrians.
Horses and dog sleds are exactly the same. If you want the horse or the dogs to go right, you say gee. If you want them to go left, you say ha. I've done thousands of rides, and I never get tired of it because it's the horses that are the enjoyment. And the people are, we have people from all over, and there's so many different stories and so many good people out there that you meet.
I hope that when people come to our farm here and enjoy a sleigh or wagon ride through the bush, that they enjoy the bush, the beauty of nature here, and just go away feeling relaxed and rejuvenated.
The Welcome Package is a tool that was developed by GB LIP's subcommittee community. It was a tool that was supposed to be used for municipalities to share information with new residents, specifically immigrants coming to their communities, in a consistent way across Grey and Bruce counties. And what's great about it is the package was actually translated into multiple different languages.
As my own personal lived experience as an immigrant, not everything was accessible to me, click of my hand. But the welcoming package, if you look up the municipality website, all the information that you need about the schools, about the local hospitals, about the local grocery stores, about the settlement service provider in your area. So I think it is a one-stop shop for all your settlement needs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven. It's like the community is very nice, very friendly.
We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today.
Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing. I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water. If you're into water sports or sailing, of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast, and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy. Because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighborhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbors and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Don't use that mic.
Okay, we are back in open session. Council went into closed session under open meeting exception F of section 239 subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. As a result of closed session discussions, the following actions were taken. Council received legal advice and provided direction to staff in relation to the Finn Street road allowance. Moving on to the confirming bylaw, the recommendation is that bylaw number 2026-033, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on May 20th, 2026, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed with the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McCollum, Councillor Day, all in favor? That is carried. Date of next regular meeting is June 3rd at 5 p.m. If there's no further business, I will now call for adjournment of this meeting. Recommendation that the meeting be adjourned at 9:21 p.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Winters, all in favor? That is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.